Here's Christina. She's here.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get started here in just a second. I think we're waiting on one more staff member. Checking over. Okay. One minute. IT? Okay.
One mic's we're ready.
Do you need any help with anything?
Not at the moment. Trust me, I'll let you know.
So everybody's online. Overflow can hear. Room 4 can hear.
Yeah, there's some noise coming through.
We're good to go? Okay. We're just working out the last, since we have so many people in different rooms, we just want to make sure everybody's able to hear the full proceedings and work out the last bugs. So we're working on that.
Should we move the sign? City attorney.
We're good to go. Yes. So that's all the way up. Waiting for him to test it, but
Even after that gets go over time.
We're good? Okay. All right, so I'm getting a thumbs up from the back. Anything else we're waiting on? All right.
Okay.
Good evening. I will call to order the regular session of the June 28th City of Beaumont Planning Commission it is now 6:06 p.m. Can we get a roll call attendance, please?
We can. Commissioner Stevens,
Here.
Commissioner Bedoya,
Here.
Commissioner Black,
Here.
Vice Chairman Colindres,
Here.
Chairman Smith.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. If you'll please Please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Black, if you would lead us.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda tonight?
No, sir.
Are there any conflicts of interest to disclose? Hearing none. All right, so before we start the meeting tonight, first off, I'd like to acknowledge the crowd that we do have present. I'm excited to see so many people here tonight who are looking forward to participate in the hearing, share your comments with the commission and with the city staff. In order to ensure that the commission, we can conduct our business as efficiently as we can, we are going to set some ground rules that we're asking everybody to adhere to this evening. Due to the size of the crowd, we have set up overflow rooms located down the hall to the right. The meeting will be streamed to that location and throughout the course of this entire proceeding. If for some reason there's an interruption in the video or the audio stream, please let any city staff member know so we can pause the meeting, make sure we correct the IT issue, and are able to proceed where everybody's able to participate in the meeting tonight. This item is being heard because the applicant has submitted a series of applications to the Planning Department for review. Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 17.02.020, Community Development Director Duties and Responsibilities, states that the Community Development Director shall review and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and to City Council on all applications and attendant approvals and environmental documents. City staff is presenting the item tonight as required by the municipal code. So I'm going to organize the meeting tonight in the following order. First, staff will make their presentation to the commission. After that will be followed up by a presentation by the applicant for 10 minutes time. At the conclusion of the presentation, I will open up the public hearing. Members of the public will each have 3 minutes to make their comments to the commission. Please note that all comments received in writing prior to this meeting have been provided to the commissioners and will be provided to the city council prior to their meeting. After all members of the public who wish to speak have had an opportunity to, the commission or the applicant will have 5 minutes to provide additional information or clarifications. At that point, the commission will ask their questions to the applicant and to city staff, close the public hearing, and then make the appropriate action, whatever that may be tonight. It's important that respectful decorum be observed throughout the proceedings. Outbursts and interruptions will not be tolerated tonight. Any person, including staff, the applicant, members of the public, and the commissioners deserve to have whatever their points of view are heard. If there are interruptions or outbursts, I may call a recess to retain that decorum. If there are continuous outbursts from members in this chamber, we may call a recess or ask a person to observe the meeting from the overflow room. With everybody's effort to maintain this respectful decorum, we can ensure an efficient meeting that allows for everybody to share their opinion and participate how they would like to tonight. For additional, we're anticipating a significant amount of public comments. We will be calling for regular breaks, for opportunity to use the restroom and so forth, probably on the hour marks. I will open the public comment period at this time for items that are not on the agenda. Any one person may address the committee on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the committee chair or secretary. There's a 3-minute limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the committee from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. Mr. Millman, are there any requests to speak tonight on items not on the agenda?
We have none here. Olivia, do we have any phone calls?
There are no callers on the line.
Thank you very much. No
All right, thank you.
comments.
So with that, we'll move on to regular business. Item 1 is the approval of the minutes from the May 26th Planning Commission hearing. Do you have any comments from the commission? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the minutes dated April 26, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Mellman?
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Commissioner Bedoya,
Yes.
Commissioner Black,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colindres,
Yes.
Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Passes.
All right. Item number 2, Beaumont Summit Station, specific plan 2021-005, tentative parcel map 38223, general plan amendment 2021-0656, plot plans 2021-0388, 0390, and 0391, and environmental impact report 2021-0017. I'm going to remind the commission and the community that it is our responsibility as commissioners to approach each hearing as impartial community members. Provide both the applicant and the community an opportunity to present their project, their support, their opposition, or whatever other comments they may have on the matter. We will consider all materials provided in advance as research, as well as the applicant's presentation and public comments prior to making a decision on this matter. In the interest of transparency and full disclosure, I will ask each commissioner to disclose activities and conversations that they may have individually had with stakeholders prior to the hearing tonight. I will start that process. So in the lead up to this meeting, I met and discussed the project with city staff. The applicant did reach out requesting a meeting on the topic, but I have declined that invitation. I have received emails from members of the community, and I am aware of social media comments. I have not had direct communication with the applicant or any community stakeholders regarding this project, nor any discussion regarding the project with other commissioners tonight. And moving forward, Vice Chair Kalindras.
I also did meet with city staff regarding the project. I also did meet with the applicant regarding the project. I have spoken with residents of Beaumont and also have seen different comments through social media.
Commissioner Black?
I have met with city staff concerning the project, and I've also met with the applicant via video and a PowerPoint.
Commissioner Bedoya?
I met with city staff, discussed the project. I also had a Zoom meeting with the applicant about the project, and I met with members of the community who spoke to me about the project.
Commissioner Stevens?
Yes, I met with city staff on the project, also through the Chamber of Commerce as a director, saw a brief presentation, and also from the applicant through the agency, the Public Relations Agency had a presentation. And of course, also spoke to residents and even approached at the movie theater about it.
All right, thank you, commissioners. With that, Ms. Kendrick, could you please present a staff report?
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, and staff. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, presenting the Beaumont Summit Station project to you. On August 20th of 2021, staff received applications for the Summit Station project that include a specific plan, a general plan amendment, a tentative tract map, 3 plot plans, and an environmental impact report. These applications were submitted by the property owner and are not city-sponsored applications. The city is required to process these applications per the Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 17.02, that states that the Community Development Director shall review and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council on all applications and any approval, entitlement approvals, and environmental documents. City staff is presenting the item tonight as required by the municipal code. For tonight's meeting, a public notice was placed in the press enterprise, and property owners within a 300-foot radius were notified of the public hearing. Staff has received an extensive amount of comments prior to the publication of the staff report, which are included as attachment Q to the staff report. Comments received after the publication of the staff report have been provided to the Planning Commission. Having some technical difficulties.
They're having trouble hearing in one of the overflow rooms. We're going to see if we can address that real quick.
Should I begin again, or?
I think you can just continue, please.
Okay. The subject property is currently known as the Sunny Cal Specific Plan that was formerly utilized as a poultry ranch. The Sunny Cal project included a specific plan, which is a zoning document, and an environmental impact report that were originally approved in 2007. In 2014, a tentative tract map and an environmental impact report addendum were approved to allow 560 low-density single-family residential lots. The annexation for the subject property was completed in 2018. Subject property is approximately 200 acres, and its current zoning is specific plan with the residential designation under the Sunny Cal specific plan. It is surrounded by the County of Riverside to the east, west, and north, and the properties to the south include zoning designations of commercial neighborhood and single-family residential. The general plan designation for the subject property is single-family residential, and again, it's within the county's general plan to the east, west, and north. To the south, the general plan land use designation is neighborhood commercial and single-family residential. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan land use designation to industrial, general commercial, and open space. As you may be aware, the general plan was recently updated and it took effect in January of 2021. However, the designation for the subject property remained unchanged from the previous general plan that designated the property for single-family residential. The proposed Summit Station specific plan will replace the Sunny Cow specific plan if approved, and it includes 3 planning areas. Planning Area 1 is approximately 140 acres and is designated for 2.5 million square feet of e-commerce and office uses. Planning Area number 2 is approximately 11 acres. It's designated for 150 square feet of commercial uses, including hotels, retail, commercial, and food uses. And Planning Area 3 is approximately 30 acres designated for open space. The project as proposed will include 3 public access roadways on Cherry Valley Boulevard, and private drive aisles with parking are proposed to connect the individual buildings. As part of the project, a traffic study was prepared under the environmental impact report, and I'd like to note that that study is available on the city's website, as are all the technical studies. It is under the city's website on the planning page, under government departments, planning and planning projects, and then there's a Summit Station page. The technical appendices were not attached to the staff report due to the size. Your staff report was 1,700 pages, and the technical appendices would have more than doubled that. So I just wanted to let the community know that those studies are all available on the city's website if they choose to view those. The traffic study identified recommended improvements that are conditioned on the tentative parcel map and are also listed in your staff report. Planning Area 1 proposes the development of 3 e-commerce buildings that are shown in the associated plot plans that you're reviewing. BP 2021-0388 proposes a 985,860 square foot building as shown as Building 1. Plot Plan 2021-0390 is a 1.2 million square foot building shown as Building 2. And PP 2021-0391 proposes approximately a 360,000 square foot building shown as Building 3. No entitlement applications have been submitted to date for the commercial area in Planning Area 2. The tentative parcel map 38223 does propose to subdivide the 188.03 acres into 5 parcels ranging in size from 11.44 acres to 67.86 acres. Another item to note for the project that on October 2019, the California legislature adopted Senate Bill 330, which declared a housing crisis in the state of California and imposed certain requirements, including the prevention of the loss of existing housing and land available for future residential use, unless it's replaced in other areas within the jurisdiction, to ensure no net loss in residential capacity. SB 330 went into effect on January of 2020, and the city adopted a no net loss program in August of 2021 that allowed projects that were proposing to change land uses from residential to non-residential could bank those units that future residential developers could utilize a density bonus and utilize those units in other areas of the city. A draft environmental impact report has been prepared for the project to analyze its potential environmental impacts associated with aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, cultural resources, biological resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use, noise, public service, traffic, and utilities. As part of that CEQA and environmental process, a notice of preparation was prepared for the draft environmental impact report, and it was circulated on September 22nd of 2021 through October 22nd of 2021, and a staff did conduct a public scoping meeting on October 7th of 2021, and we had approximately 80 participants between in person, over the phone, or via email. The draft environmental impact report was released for its 40-day public review period on April 21st of 2022, and it concluded on June 6th of 2022. The draft environmental impact report proposes to mitigate impacts to levels of less than significant in all categories except for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. And that will require the city to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for these items. The Beaumont Municipal Code, Section 17.02.030 B and C, does authorize the Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and to make recommendations to the City Council regarding specific plans, general plan amendments, and tentative parcel maps. Plot plans are typically decided on the Planning Commission. However, due to the concurrent processing and the need to have the legislative items acted on before the plot plans can be acted on, they will travel to the City Council with a recommendation from the Planning Commission as well. So at this time, staff recommends that the public hearing be opened and that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation to the City Council to either certify the environmental impact report, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, adopt the general plan amendment, adopt this specific plan, approve the tentative parcel map, and approve the plot plans, or make modifications and certify the environmental impact report, make modifications and adopt the statement of overriding considerations, make modifications and adopt the general plan amendment, make modifications and adopt the SP, make modifications and approve the tentative parcel map, and make modifications and approve the plot plan, or to not certify the environmental impact report, not adopt a statement of overriding considerations, not adopt the general plan amendment, not adopt the specific plan, not approve the tentative parcel map, and not approve the plot plans. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have the Deputy City Manager, the Public Works Director, and the Assistant Director of Public Works able to answer questions. And we do have the applicant and their team are available for questions as well, and will provide a presentation for the project.
Thank you. I'd like to give my appreciation to staff for this report. It's a critical part of the public hearing process, as well as state law, that staff does accept any and all land use applications that are presented to the city, ensure that they are, compliant or can be made compliant with code, and then provided to a public body to hear that case and to make a decision on behalf of the city. That's the role of this commission, and then by recommendation, the role of the city council. So I do appreciate your hard work on this item. Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll go to the applicant for a 10-minute presentation.
My name is Christina Virgilio, and I'm with EQT Exeter. Exeter is a real estate owner, operator, and development company based out of Philadelphia with 20 local offices around the U.S. I live in San Gabriel Valley, perfect, and run Exeter's Southern California office. We at Exeter believe in responsible development and made it our mission to go above and beyond the status quo. I hope that comes across in our presentation tonight. For that reason and many more, I am honored and excited to present to you our Beaumont Summit Station project. Tonight, I will be reviewing the project that we are proposing and why we believe it provides the city and its residents a superior alternative to the residential project consisting of about 500 homes already approved for this property. Specifically, our project offers transportation, retail, economic, and other community benefits not included in the existing Sunny Cal specific plan. Assisting me this evening is our amazing technical team that can explain all of these features and answer any questions that you might have. First, let's talk about the history of the project. So in 2007, the city approved and certified the Sunny Cal specific plan and EIR. Sunny Cal survived an EIR challenge in 2010 and was subsequently annexed into the city of Beaumont in 2017. That means that the site is approved right now for 497 homes that we can go build tomorrow. And here's what that would look like. Let me point out a few things about this plan and its entitlements. The 497 homes are laid out on tight lots, and as you can see, go up to the edge of Cherry Valley Boulevard and Brookside Ave. There's little to no open space. This project is not required to build any road improvements, only pay tump fees. And these homes would use 80% more water than our project, which is significant given the current drought orders that have been issued to reduce water consumption. And it's bad enough as it is here in California. My shower literally can't get any shorter. I'm sure yours can't either. But most of all, what you need to know is that this site plan is already vested and tied to a development agreement that runs for another 20 years. I want to make the case that our project is vastly superior to this alternative for Beaumont and its residents. So before we closed on the property, we did a ton of research. We met with city officials and sought community feedback. It was made clear to us that when you're sitting down at the dinner table at night, you're not talking about inflation, you're not talking about gas prices, you're not talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, you're talking about traffic. Traffic far and away is the most important issue facing the community. So I'm going to dive right in and discuss upfront how we're addressing traffic for the benefit of the community. The bottom line is our project is required to prepay or construct $30 million worth of traffic improvements. And this image gives you some idea of where that money is going. 21 new turn lanes and 4 modified or added traffic lights. So 30 million sounds great. And providing improvements is all well and good. But at the end of the day, is that enough? Will that make a difference in your day-to-day experience? Based on the data, the answer is resoundingly yes. Our project provides excellent results when it comes to improving traffic. This chart lists the impacted intersections, which, according to our traffic analysis, currently have an average delay of 4 minutes per vehicle. As of today, nearly all of the intersections operate at a level of about F. That's without either project. Improvements from our project will reduce the average delay experienced per vehicle to less than a minute. Our required improvements dramatically improve the level of service at these intersections. In one case to C, another to B, and at 3 intersections, you improve to level A. So while our project dramatically improves local intersections, we know that the single most important improvement for the community in this area is the completion of the I-10 Cherry Valley Boulevard interchange. The first few $1 million of fair share fees were enough to start the EIR process last year, but completing the design and ultimately the construction will require an investment of 10 times that. An investment to the tune of $50 to $60 million, and an investment that, quite frankly, could take a lot of years to amass. So that's why we are willing to step up and finance the total cost of the construction so that residents can realize the benefits of this improvement now and not have to wait until fair share fees of future projects are paid. So subject to the approval of our project, we are willing to enter into a mutually agreed upon fee credit agreement where we would provide the necessary funding to proceed with the completion of the interchange now and be paid back as other funding sources become available. We wanted to go above and beyond our fair share to ensure that our project brings very serious and meaningful traffic solutions to the city residents. Solutions that will, frankly, be pushed out for years if we have to build the residential alternative. But wait, there's more. Let's talk about the project itself. So our project is a mixed-use plan with 2 distinct land uses, the first of which is commercial. Based on resident and city feedback, we heard that there was a need for more retail options, specifically shopping and restaurant options that are located east of the freeway and don't require residents to get on I-10. I get it. I have to go on the 210 to get to my Costco in Irwindale, and it's a pain in the butt. So we are excited to propose 50,000 square feet of restaurants and shopping options, plus a 4-story hotel. So as you can see, we've designed a lifestyle center offering big box retail along with smaller retail pads for local businesses and restaurants. We can't promise who the tenants will be, and of course this design is conceptual because tenants won't commit to a project until it's fully entitled and approved. However, based on the way that we've designed these specific pads, we can say with confidence that these are some examples of tenants that would be interested in coming to the project. We have dining, we have retail, and with the addition of the Danny Thomas Ranch Park, which I'll discuss later in the presentation, we have some potential hotel options. So in addition to retail, our project also includes an industrial land use component. The plan calls for 3 buildings ranging from 358,000 square feet to 1.2 million square feet. We thoughtfully designed this component to ensure that we adhere to all proposed good neighbor guidelines. When deciding how and where to place these buildings across the 188-acre property, we kept the following points in mind. One, the property is right next to the I-10 freeway, so we located these buildings on the portion of the property closest to the freeway. Two, we left over 1,000 feet, more than the length of 3 football fields, in between the buildings and the nearest resident. This goes above and beyond the good neighbor policy and proactively complies with the current AB 2840 legislation that's being considered in Sacramento. 4, our truck route would be limited to the portion of Cherry Valley Boulevard between the interchange and the entrance to our project, which is right there in the middle. And you'll also note that our project is designed so that trucks cannot access Brookside. You can see the spine road doesn't go down to Brookside Ave. If the 497 homes were built on the property, the homes on Cherry Valley Boulevard would literally have truck traffic in their backyards. And as you can see, unlike our site plan, the road down the middle of the housing development runs all the way to Brookside, allowing all that traffic to freely spill onto Brookside Ave. So it's great that our project prevents all that traffic on Brookside, but what's it going to look like? So our goal was to make the project unobtrusive to public view. We dedicated over 30 acres to natural open space along Brookside Ave to serve as a buffer to residents, something that's not included in the residential plan. Cherry Valley Boulevard will be beautifully landscaped and feature a meandering sidewalk for walking and biking. We chose these design features to ensure that the residents along Brookside will still be able to see the hills and mountain ridgelines. That even includes those with second-story views from Stetson. So there have been a lot of buzz about e-commerce, so we wanted to drill in on what some of the uses might mean for this new zoning. So here are some of the potential industrial users. Just so everyone knows, all of these users are currently Exeter tenants, further reinforcing that we know that our designs are suitable for these tenants' needs. And a lot of them are household names. So the city needs more jobs, not more homes. 70% of people who live in Beaumont work somewhere else in the region. That means 20,000 people in Beaumont wake up every day and go to work and spend their money buying lunch, running an errand in other towns. The tax revenue from their hard-earned money is going to those communities' pockets and not Beaumont's. That's why we are excited that this project will bring over 2,000 permanent jobs to the city among industrial, retail, and hospitality. Because bringing jobs reduces commute times, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions, it improves the quality of life by giving people more time with their families and less time on the freeway. Our project would generate nearly $2 million annually to the City of Beaumont General Fund, which is contrasted with the residential alternative, which actually creates a $200,000 a year deficit because the cost to maintain the public right-of-way is greater than the property tax revenue that's generated. So hopefully you're getting a recurring theme, which is that our project was, the point of it was to go above and beyond, which certainly applies to our environmental initiatives. We are using cutting edge and innovative programming, but that's easily verified to cut greenhouse gas emissions and get to carbon neutrality. We are using self-cleaning photocatalytic concrete to reduce carbon and nitrogen emissions by up to 50% in the immediate environment. We're installing solar panels to offset 100% of the building's operational energy usage. We set up a $1 million grant to buy employees of the property electric cars, not subsidize them, buy them. Finally, even though obtaining a full fleet of electric trucks isn't feasible today, to comply with CEQA and accelerate the adoption of zero-emission technology, we will provide every one of our new tenants with funding totaling over $2.7 million that can only be used to replace old delivery vans and trucks with their electric counterparts. So you can't talk about the environment without talking about water. So for some background, the land that we acquired has over 1,000 acre-feet per year of water rights. If the Sennecal plan was built, 500 families would be using 531 acre-feet per year compared to our project's 183 acre-feet per year. Well, what does that mean for you? So, did you know that 1 acre-foot equals 326,000 gallons of water? So what this means is that Summit Station saves Beaumont 112 million gallons a year that will be returned to the region's supply. So Beaumont's a growing community with its population doubling in the last decade. So after speaking with leaders of basketball, soccer, and other sports leagues, it became clear that Beaumont needs more park capacity, especially for sports programming and recreation. So, as you're probably aware, the Beaumont City Council has approved an MOU with the Park District to work together on building and managing this park. We stepped up and offered to build a public park on the former Danny Thomas Ranch property. To that end, we've provided the Parks District with an MOU, which they're currently reviewing. The MOU stipulates that subject to approval of the Summit Station project, we will construct this park valued at $10 million. But again, I said to myself, building the park is not enough. How do we go above and beyond for this community? So in speaking to city officials, we know that the maintenance of a park is expensive and it's ongoing. And unfortunately, when budgets get tight, public park maintenance is usually the first thing to get cut. So to be a true community partner, we've agreed to provide for a maintenance trust in Summit Station's association rules, whereby a percentage of Summit Station's revenues will go toward making sure that the park is maintained well after the project is built. So the design isn't finalized, but based on resident feedback, it might include multi-purpose fields, baseball fields, destination playground and splash pad, an amphitheater with open use field, walking paths, and a dog park. So, as part of the approach to this project, we did extensive community outreach to understand the issues and needs of this community. As evidenced by the support, we will turn in nearly 100 supporter statements that we received from residents who are excited about our project and look forward to the benefits that it's bringing. We also secured support from organized labor, along with local residents and youth sport organization members. So in conclusion, we believe that we are providing a vastly superior alternative to the residential plan of 497 homes that the community would receive otherwise. We provide a buffer to residents. We significantly improve traffic. We provide additional restaurant and retail options that residents want. And we'll build a new regional park facility for the youth of Beaumont. So thank you for your time. And our team is now happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. So as stated earlier, we'll come back to questions after public comment period. So we will open the public hearing at this time. If you have comments that you would like to make, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the committee chair or secretary. We will call 3 speakers at a time to the podium. This will allow time for speakers who may be in the overflow room to join us here in the chamber. We're also going to intermix in written comments that have been received since the agenda was posted. So after we call 3 names, if we can read one of the email comments that comes in at that point. And we will be intermixing in with that group some of the phone call comments as well. All right, there will be a strict 3-minute time limit. We have a lot of people here that want to share their opinions tonight, so we're asking everybody to hold to that. There is a light. When the light turns yellow, that means there are 30 seconds left to speak.
It's actually a minute. That was my error.
When the light turns yellow, there is 1 minute left to speak.
1 minute.
So the city clerk will start your time after you have provided your name and the city in which you reside. All right, so with that, we will open the public hearing at 6:40 p.m. And we'll call our first 3 speakers, and we'll read the first email correspondence we have.
Thank you. First 3 speakers are Mary Daniel, Gracie Luna, and Richard Connolly.
Okay, and while they come up to the podium, the first email that we've received is from a resident, Elizabeth Medina. She says, "Good afternoon. I was hoping to make it to tonight's Planning Commission review, but got caught up with work. I would like to have my voice heard. I am emailing representing the Medina family in the Stetson community. We have lived in Beaumont for nearly 11 years, long before warehouses and all the new tract housing. We love our city and the small neighborhood community that we live in. It has always been a calm, clean, and safe area to live in. I believe residents of Beaumont have been patient enough with all of the growth taking place, especially with the warehouses being built on outer skirts of the city, and despite the city not dealing with traffic issues that have come of it. But now we risk having another huge warehouse complex being built right in the middle of a residential area, right across the street from our tranquil neighborhood. Many people walk or bike up and down Brookside Avenue heading to school or for exercise and enjoy the calmness and safety of the area as well as the views. 3 of our major schools are down the street there on Brookside Avenue, so it is also used as one of the main ways for local residents to get to the schools to drop off their kids. Building this station would add to traffic, and all of the new movement of trucks and other vehicles would make this area unsafe to pedestrians and possibly even residents just trying to drive in and out of our neighborhood. By building this, they would need to employ people to run it. So then you are also inviting in all types of people, non-Beaumont residents, who is to say this won't bring crime into our area. Our household strongly opposes this build. It's time for the city to take more of an interest in what the tax-paying residents want and stop trying to find quick and unsafe ways to make more money. Thank you, Elizabeth Medina and family.
Okay, Mary.
This is going to be the first time you've heard this word, but these are warehouses, not e-commerce. Sorry, not e-commerce, not all the other things that they're talking about. These are warehouses, and I am totally against this project for many reasons. I have also lived in Beaumont since 1955, put up with all of the growth that I've seen, made my peace with a lot of it, but warehouses have got to stop. This is what the EIR, the draft EIR, says about the impacts. All the impacts of the project can be mitigated to less than significant levels, with the exception of air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation, which actually is the developer's euphemism for traffic. And if you wanted to pick the four most important areas of concern that citizens have against warehouses, these would be the ones. The first three will have a substantial negative impact on the health and welfare of the citizens who live across the street, including the children that go to school on that street also. However, the last one, traffic, is just as much of a problem, and I don't believe that thing with the A's and the B's, because it affects the lives of everyone who lives in Beaumont and who must travel those same roads as those warehouse trucks. As this developer states, there is nothing they can do about the traffic snarls caused by all those trucks, making their estimated 13,152 daily trips. In any event, this developer claims that there really isn't anything that can be done to mitigate the significant impacts to Beaumont citizens. Basically, they just say you have to live with it. Look at all we're giving you. CEQA requires that the decision makers evaluate various alternatives to the project to determine what would be best. Now, these people have got these two alternatives, but in my opinion, the best alternative would be to build these warehouses in a more appropriate and properly zoned area, which would also eliminate the spot zoning that this project would entail. This is what the draft EIR says about that. There are no other viable lots appropriately located and sufficiently sized and owned by the project applicant. In other words, this developer doesn't own any land along Highway 60 where warehouses have been approved and which are properly zoned for them. Thus, he wants an exception and an amendment made to a general plan for the property he does own. I strongly feel that warehouses should not be built in inappropriate areas. Once land is used for the worst possible development, there is no turning back and wanting something better. In fact, allowing another warehouse to be built in the totally inappropriate location, as Riverside County did with that eyesore on Cherry Valley Boulevard, will stop all other attractive building options from even being proposed. But you can stop this from happening by simply saying no and recommending a no for these developments that don't fit the vision of that general plan that cost $840,000 and is only 1 year old. When the policy and provisions of that plan are considered a top priority, this city will continue to grow reasonably and rationally and will result in Beaumont being a hometown of which we can all be proud.
Thank you. All right. No, please, we're trying to reserve until the end of the meeting, please, just so we can continue on. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Gracie Luna, and I'm here representing Four Seasons, 55 and over, plus fabulous homeowners area. I'm on the board of directors, and I also want to make very clear that I'm also on the core committee for the Pass Action Group, which has the wonderful creation coming over another warehouse, and I think you're all aware of the Pass Action Group and Banning Point. Now, getting on the committee for the Pass Action Group, it affects everybody also in Beaumont. We got these renderings from creation when they came in to show us how beautiful this warehouse area was going to be. These renderings, they all look the same. People get up here, they talk about it, it's all the same. Maybe you don't feel, and I'm not saying you as commissioners, maybe some people don't feel we have enough warehouses. Well, I personally think we have one too many warehouses out there. We're going to end up looking like Fontana, AKA Fontucky. We all know what that looks like. We know what the property values went down the hill, slippery slope, but they did. We don't want our property values going down in the city of Beaumont. We moved here to have a nice, comfortable, calm environment. And as far as bringing in jobs, warehouse jobs, let me assure you, I came from government, I came from defense. Everything, even in defense, is being automated now. And you think you're bringing in all these jobs? I don't think so. Because automation is going to create jobs of people working from their home with automation. And that's what they're doing all over. But I have to say one thing. You guys all look a lot smarter than when I spoke to the Planning Commission in Banning. And I hope that you very seriously consider using your intelligence and don't vote for a warehouse. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Richard Conley. I am a resident of Beaumont. I grew up here as a kid and I moved away for 20 years and I came back to raise a family. I am 41 with my first child. And, you know, I came to Beaumont to raise a family because I wanted what I grew up in, you know, and I think I speak for a lot of the people here that I'm not getting paid to be here. There are people behind me who are getting paid to be here holding signs because they want to make a profit out of our community. And we understand that it has to grow in some ways. But can we grow smart? Can we put Beaumont first for Beaumont residents? For those of us that are here, those of us that live here. I mean, I can quote the EIR as already has been, but impact is significant, unavoidable, and unmitigable. So no matter what their PowerPoint says, it's not feasible. This is what the engineers who studied it said, this is unmitigable. You're forcing this on the residents here who came here to have a family, to see people at the store we know. I know they touched on, the jobs it will bring, but I work in e-commerce for the past 15 years, and e-commerce does mean warehouse job, minimum wage. And we talk about property values in our city. Can anybody in this room work a warehouse job and afford a house in Beaumont? So then we're going to just be bringing in commuter traffic. These are people that are going to come from outside our city to work in our city. That's just going to add to the traffic problem. That's kind of all I had to say, but I wanted to thank you guys for your time.
All right, if you'll call the next three speakers, and we'll read the next email.
Doris Foreman, Nancy Sappington, and Juan Cerrito.
So the next email we have is from Eileen Rodriguez. I live in the Stetson community and do not want any big commercial buildings. With that brings riffraff, trash, and takes away the beauty of the land. I grew up here since the age of 3 years old. I am now in my late 50s and have seen so much beauty taken away. The cows, horses, sheep, all livestock have gone away. There's hardly any. Where does it stop? There may not be any livestock there now, but hopefully once again there may be. I enjoy the view driving home. The infrastructure won't hold much traffic. Please don't take away the beauty. No for the Summit Station. Thank you, Eileen Rodriguez.
My name is, good evening. My name is Stars Foreman.
Can you pull the mic out?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Stop. Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Stars Foreman. I'm a registered nurse and I live in Solera. I'm concerned about the location of the proposed Phase 1 of this project because it will build 3 buildings near our complex. I ask that you continue the existing Sunny Cow specific plan for the property. Do not change the existing general plan designation from single-family residential to industrial. Please do not allow the placement of 3 buildings more than 2 million square feet of warehouse space with multiple bays to service diesel-powered semi-trucks entering and exiting the property 24 hours a day. The noise will be heard even through our double-pane windows. Any suggestion of homelessness in Southern California starts with the premise that we do not have enough housing stock. Developers have not built enough housing units, not to mention affordable housing units. The city has approval for 560 single-family residential dwelling units and should continue efforts to find developers to construct the units. How much tailpipe carbon dioxide is created from burning 1 gallon of fuel? CO2 emissions from a gallon of gasoline is 8,887 grams of CO2 per gallon. From a gallon of diesel, 10,180 grams of CO2 per gallon. There are likely to be electrical and hybrid cars in the residential development. There will not be electric semi-trucks entering and leaving the warehouses. Senior residents are active even though they may have a variety of chronic conditions. The placement of 3 large warehouses on this property is going to contribute to chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, asthma, and bronchitis among all age groups. How will the building manager monitor the length of time a truck idles for only 5 minutes? How will one person monitor the age of trucks coming on the property and the maintenance status? When was the last time you saw Target and restaurants next to a warehouse? Phase 3 may never be built. The 123-acre regional park is not part of this proposal. There will not be thousands of good-paying jobs because warehouse workers are employed by temp agencies. They earn $17 to $20 an hour, a salary that will not allow purchase of an electric vehicle. They have a 100% turnover rate, meaning no one is going to stay 5 years to earn an electric car. The 119 parking spaces and 39 charging stations allocated for electric vehicles will go unused. Single-family homes are better than massive warehouses.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Sappington. I live in Cherry Valley, and I am a Board of Director for the Inland Empire Resource Conservation District. I stand here today in opposition to the proposed Summit Station plans. I would like you all here to ask yourself, how much is enough? During the past 2 decades, the Inland Empire has seen its open land and farmland replaced with a sea of warehouses. Now we are at a breaking point. The existence of these big boxes has worsened traffic, air quality, and chronic health issues. Collectively, there are more than 1 billion, not million, billion square feet of warehouses in the Inland Empire. The research of Susan A. Phillips, an associate professor at Pitzer College in Claremont, reports that there are more than 3,000 warehouses in San Bernardino County and nearly 1,000 in Riverside County. Warehouses in the Inland Empire cover nearly 37 contiguous square miles of land. How much is enough? Currently, there are more than a dozen groups throughout the Inland Empire attempting to pass moratoriums on warehouse construction. Redlands and Fontana have already done so. Undeterred, developers are now moving further east to some of the last rural bastions of Southern California to make their quick bucks and then move on. 40% of the nation's goods now travel through the Inland Empire, mainly on diesel trucks. Combined with emissions from trains and planes, they are responsible for the Riverside, San Bernardino, Ontario area as having the worst air quality in the U.S. Will you contribute to the Pass area becoming a runner-up? How much is enough? The environmental impacts of these massive warehouses are huge and their effects are cumulative. This needs to be studied on a regional level, not piecemeal. The current EIR for Summit Station states that there are unavoidable significant impacts associated with air, greenhouse gases, noise, and transportation. Professor Phillips also reports that the airshed is our last commons. To protect it, existing warehouse infrastructure should be made environmentally efficient through solar and electrification. New construction of warehouses should be eliminated. Community participation in the planning process should become a priority. Creating a regional commitment to the principles of national and state legislation that conserves 30% of working and open lands by 2030 could make the Inland Empire a keystone region for nature-based solutions to climate change. There is a pressing need for the greater community to come together and find a more sustainable way forward. You have a chance to become leaders, not followers tonight. When is enough enough?
Let's go with a couple of phone calls, if there's anybody on the phone that would like to speak. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Oh, do we have one
Olivia?
more? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
we have one more.
We have one more.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I miscounted. My apologies.
No, it's okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Juan Serrato. I am a member of the Laborers International Union of North America. Projects like the Beaumont Summit Station is desperately needed for our residents here in Beaumont. These projects will bring new stores for shopping, especially like a big box store like Target, and more sit-down dining options for the community. Projects like these are extremely beneficial for the community and for local union workers like myself that live in the area. Projects like these keep our highly skilled and trained local members, and not to mention our apprentices, working. We have a state-recognized apprenticeship program that trains our apprentices on every scope of labor's work. I strongly support the Beaumont Summit Station, and I ask you to join us in supporting this project. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's see if we can do one or two from on the phone.
All right, thank you. Olivia, we have phone calls?
I do have 2 callers on the line.
Okay, I'll hit connect.
I will go ahead and send one over. Just give me
Okay,
one moment.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No, not yet.
Caller, are you on the line?
Caller, you were on the line?
I feel like a radio talk show host with that line.
Yeah. Olivia, did you connect? Trying that. We seem to have a malfunction. Let's go ahead with the rest of the speakers.
Well, with that, we're going to talk about taking some regular breaks. Why don't we go ahead, we'll do a 5-minute break, allow anybody who needs to use the restroom the opportunity to do so without missing part of the hearing, and then we'll reconvene at 7:05.
Thank you.
We'll try that again. There we go. All right, good evening. We're going to reconvene, continue with the public comment period. We'll start with our caller on the phone.
Okay. We have a caller on our phone, Olivia.
Yes, let me let him know he's ready. One moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is he still there? Can you hear us, caller? Let's go back to in person. Okay.
Let's call the next three, and if the caller is available, we'll let them jump on.
Okay, next three speakers, Nancy Hall, Lynette Smilek, and Eric Eustachian.
Right, and while they're coming up, I'll go ahead and read another email comment. This was received today. Dear City of Beaumont Planning Committee, my name is Rosario Medina. I'm a homeowner in the Stetson community on the west side of Beaumont. I am reaching out today to speak out against the proposed changes to the Beaumont Summit Station specific plan. I do not agree with the proposed change to this specific plan from single-family residential to industrial space zoning and ask that you deny the proposed changes and recommend that the City of Beaumont keep the original specific plan for single-family residential in place. Beaumont is a beautiful city that offers a safe, close-knit, small-town community that I have come to truly value in my short time here. In fact, one of the primary factors that led my husband and I to purchase a home in Beaumont was our love of the slower pace of living and the natural beauty of the easily accessible surrounding outdoor environment. By considering changing the specific plan to allow for the construction of a warehouse, Beaumont risks losing the characteristics that draw families in and maintain residents in our city. Though a single resident's opinion may not be sufficient, I ask that you please consider the greater voice of the residents of Beaumont. A quick walk through and chat with anyone in Solera, Stetson, or along Brookside will immediately show you that we do not want nor need the warehouse in our community. It would truly bring nothing but problems. Please do what is right for the residents of Beaumont. Listen to your constituents and vote against the proposed changes to the specific plan. I, on behalf of my family, ask that you recommend that the City of Beaumont keep the original specific plan for single-family residential in place. We do not need nor want a warehouse in our community. Please keep warehouses together south of the 60 freeway. Thank you. Sincerely, Rosario Medina.
Okay, Nancy.
All right, before did the caller make it through, or are we still waiting on that?
Olivia still waiting on a call? She's working on it, I
Okay.
think. Go ahead.
We'll continue then,
Nancy.
please.
Okay. My name is Nancy Hall, and I live in Beaumont, and I'm opposed to this project. This project is not a fit for that location. Although the county sold us out with the two warehouses on the opposite side of the street, that doesn't mean it opened a door. In the last 2 weeks, we had an issue with Union Pacific Railroad on the south side of the 10. And we saw all the commuter traffic that normally comes through here to access the 79. They come through the 79, the 60, and then the 10 to access that area. That's just a small idea. It took 2.5 hours to get from Highland Springs to California on 1st Street. That's not the freeway, but that just gives you a small idea on when you add the truck traffic, what that might look like. Right now, Banning has a warehouse that they're building that you can see. It's by the airport, and then they have, and it's huge. There's another one they approved across from Sun Lake, 614,000 square feet. Calamasa has the Summer Wind project. That's going to be Singleton Road. Right now, if it happens before they get the off-ramp at eastbound I-10, they're going to be using Cherry Valley Boulevard. I know that the county is planning a diamond-shaped big interchange there, but you and I know that's not going to be tomorrow. And in that EIR, they showed that they wanted this project to be in effect maybe by next year. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have a beltway. We have no way to move the traffic through this pass area when there's an accident. Just a few months ago, somebody did something with a yellow fire engine on the top of Singleton Road, and the traffic was backed up all the way past the way station. This cannot happen here. In addition, in that EIR, they showed pictures of where the place is going to be at, and there was error issues in the picture. It was unbelievable. Lastly, and I'm going to say this really quick, I was part of the unit that organized Beaumont Citizens for Responsible Growth. And in the past, developers came here to this planning commission with all these things, this propaganda to lure all the perks. At what cost? Is it worth it? If you look at what happened and all the crap, all the stuff that we as citizens had to go through to bring that corruption to a halt, all that we had to do, look at what they did to our city. All the problems you have as commissioners in trying the roadways we don't have. All that was because of a project like this. So I know that you have a lot of people that have something to say, and I don't want to take all the time, but I wanted to show you that these things went out to the public, and everybody saw it. And they're up here, and she spent more than her 10 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
But if you're going to have a rule, they should keep it too. She was up here longer than 10 minutes.
I think the caller was coming through. Is that correct?
Is the caller coming through, Olivia? Let her go. Let the two of them go.
All right.
We waited long enough for this.
Sorry about that, unless you provide a stool. Lynette Smilak, 1536 Williamson Park in the Four Seasons, and also very close to the, hopefully, not going to happen, warehouse project in Banning across from the Sun Lakes. There was something, one of the communications from the Pass Action Group, a semi getting stuck, could not make the turn, exiting the freeway on Highland Springs Road. And yet Beaumont's being told, we're going to put Sun Lakes Boulevard open all the way to Sunset. Yeah, in how many years? Those of us that live in that area, we are afraid that emergency personnel is not going to reach us. The same thing's going to happen with this project. You can widen the freeway, but if not the infrastructure, and I've been on Cherry Valley, I know there isn't. The same thing with Highland Springs. There's not what's all the lanes on the freeway going to do if you can't get on the freeway? And I want to be able to breathe. She, with her selling points about this project, there's going to be a park, there's going to be pathways. With all the diesel fuel between all the semi-trucks, the trains, you ain't going to be able to walk. I'm sorry. I have counted, maybe in 3 minutes, 150 semi-trucks on the freeway if I'm stopped at a light where I could see them. Come on. And I agree with, and I liked the propaganda, and like someone else said, don't make us like Fontana. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Eustachian. I live in the Stetson neighborhood. And before I begin, as a government affairs professional, I just want to say I appreciate the level of discourse here tonight and the level of participation. It's good to see people active in their community. It's undeniable that logistics centers are a necessity of life. I think everyone in this room's probably made an e-commerce purchase this week, most of us probably today. But there's a right place and there's a wrong place for warehouses, and this is definitely the wrong place. So I'd like to say that there's 4 reasons that you as planning commissioners should recommend denial of the applicant's request for a zone change. First, zoning is an de facto contract with the residents. When I purchased my home in 2012, I was curious, what is this great open space across from where I'm purchasing? Well, I looked at it and it's zoned residential. Okay, I can deal with that. Beaumont updated their general code not more than a year ago. Remained residential. So there was a reason that it remained residential. It's appropriate to be residential. The appropriate place for logistics centers is south of the 60 freeway next to existing warehouses. That's where it's zoned. Just because this monstrosity is getting built on Cherry Valley Boulevard against the wishes of the Beaumont City Council doesn't mean we should compound the problem by approving this project. 2, and I just mentioned it, there's precedent. Beaumont opposed the warehouse on Cherry Valley Boulevard and denied a similar project in 2013. There was a resolution in 2014 opposing spot zoning for the Gateway Warehouse, which is now known as San Gregorio Crossing. How is this any different? It's still spot zoning. It's in the same area. In 2013, the City Council denied a zone change for 5 million square feet of warehouses in an area north of the 60 and south of Oak Valley, which is now the Olivewood development. That was a good decision. People came out and told the City Council why it was a bad idea to put warehouses there. City Council listened. That was smart. What really has changed besides the additional impact the warehouses on Cherry Valley Boulevard will have? Third, I'm running out of time. Fourth, this is most important. The draft environmental impact report says there are unavoidable significant impacts associated with air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. That can't be repeated enough. Unavoidable significant impacts. So no matter what the applicant proposed, this project will lead to increased pollution, worsening climate change, more noise, and worsening traffic. And may I remind everyone that this project is near thousands of seniors and students. So how do those findings impact the decision here tonight? Well, Chapter 17.02.080 of the Beaumont Code of Ordinances deals with zone changes. It states the City Council shall be required to make the following findings of fact before approving a zone change, and that the proposed change of zone will not adversely affect surrounding properties and promotes public health, safety, and general welfare. It's clear this project does not do that, and recommend you deny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not yet.
Not yet?
Keep going.
All right, so the next 3 speakers?
Yeah. Pat Wayne, Jose Rodillo, and Roger Thompson.
And just as a reminder for everybody, if you do wish to speak on the item, please fill out a speaker slip and return it to city staff. We can make sure we get it up here for presentation. And if you state your name and the city you reside in for the record, that's appreciated. And as we have been doing, we'll start with the email that's come in.
Just making sure you wanted it right now. So we've received another email from Juan Medina. Dear Beaumont Planning Committee, please do your best to avoid being swayed by out-of-town interest in workers. They do not have the long-term growth and well-being of our city in mind. They care not for the development of Beaumont, not the safety of its residents. I urge you to do a legitimate survey of residents with addresses within Beaumont. Get a true and honest opinion from those who live here. I guarantee the majority will oppose this change in site plan. I'm available to speak and assist in this process if necessary. I'm out of town for work today and unfortunately unable to participate in person, but I'm willing to do what I can to ethically and safely help Beaumont grow and develop. Sincerely, Dr. Juan Carlos Medina.
Hi, Pat Wayne. I live at 412 Saddle Rock in Beaumont. I've lived here 8 years. But in my past life, I've lived in Chicago, New York, Boston, and 30 years in Orange County, California. And I just mention that because my husband and I could have gone anywhere. And we chose this area specifically for all the reasons you've heard, you know what this community has been like, the feel of it, the open space. And people would say to us, Beaumont, where are you going? We're like, well, we just fell in love with the area, and we wanted to make this our forever home. You know, I'm not against progress. I'm one of Amazon's biggest customers, like many of us are, but I really concur with many of the points that have already been made, that you worked really hard on a city plan, and you revised it. And I feel like you did a good job. And I haven't seen anything that would convince me that that plan should be amended for this project. You have an area that's designated for this type of project. That's where it should go. I'm really curious who the 1,000 people are that they interviewed. Was that about, you know, hey, do you want a nice high-end sit-down restaurant in our area? Of course we do. But if the flyer is any indication, very misleading. No mention of the warehouse on the flyer they put out. Just all the little amenities that they've talked about, which are a much smaller piece of this project. I think that's a red flag. I think that if they're willing to mislead on their PR piece, I would be hesitant to trust them to follow through on many of the promises they've made. I'm also concerned about things like this regional sports park, which seems like it would be a multi-jurisdictional nightmare. They're like in conversations with Cherry Valley Park District. Well, why would we want a park that isn't in the jurisdiction of our city where we have control over it? Are we going to have to be paying to service the water there or service it in any way when it's not in our jurisdiction? So that was just something that I hadn't heard mentioned yet that I wanted to bring up. And I just urge you to thoughtfully consider all of the concerns of the residents who have chosen the city and believe in it, and vote no to send it to City Council.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name.
Speak up a little, please.
My name is Jose Rodillo. I am a union member of La Unite, of acronym for Labor's International Union of North America. California is growing rapidly, and with that comes change, and change comes fear. I understand that, but change is futile. But viewing this in a positive note, this project will bring jobs, and in addition, the developer is willing to pay the prevailing wage and hire union labor craftsmen. And in addition, it will invest $30 million to improve the Cherry Valley 10 interchange, and this will bring, and this is coming from private money at no cost to the city. This money will circulate to the community and bring positive local revenue to the economy. Also, the community park will bring such positively to the community. You have teenagers, adolescents that will be able to participate in sports and stay positive. And in addition, La Una has an accredited labor training school that's recognized by both the Department of Labor and the state of California. And it's been approved. Let's see. So this program provides highly skilled and well-trained, motivated workforce, qualified construction craft labor. So you can assure that this project will be done professionally. Projects such as this, which support union jobs, are also supporting a healthy family lifestyle, and a positive future, and it will bring jobs to the community. I implore you to support our future and vote to support for this project. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Roger Thompson.
I have this, if you don't mind handing that. I'll get the photos back after the presentation here. Hi, my name is Roger Thompson. I'm a resident of Beaumont. I'm handing out a flyer that was kind of an interesting piece. I don't know the gentleman, but it was in a recent Record Gazette from the letter to the editor with regards to Beaumont's response to what the county supervisors proposed with regards to the Gateway project, and viewing it as possibly a misstep. I'd like you to also take a look at those photos, as those photos are from my backyard. And my backyard, instead of looking at Cajon Pass, I'll be looking at a 40-foot concrete wall, really, if this is approved. I guess the general plan has been approved. It makes sense to do residential there. We need the residential stock. From the developer's point of view, I understand. What I think Beaumont really needs is the ability to construct single-family residence, maybe doing like the original development was on 22,000 square foot lots, right? Where you can build $1 million home. Beaumont doesn't have that. We have plenty of tract homes, but we don't have $1 million development. And there's a need for that, and there's a demand for that, especially on those larger lots. You know, if you look at, so they build the 3 warehouses, obviously they're gonna package it up, they're gonna lease it up, more than likely they're gonna sell it, put a cap rate to it, they're gonna sell it. From a developer standpoint, maybe $80, $90 million, maybe, if I had to guess, to an investor. Building, and the 30 acres down on Brookside, it's borderline blue line, as far as getting washed out. So I don't know if homes are gonna be along Brookside, but having said that, if you build 175 homes on the project, which is sustainable with the 22,000 square foot lots, you're looking at, instead of an $80, $90 million return, you're looking at about what, $175 million? And to build homes that Beaumont, I know would sell. I know would sell over $1 million. So I would like to keep it residential. It makes sense to do residential. We need something like that in Beaumont. And I'd really like you not to certify this as far as moving forward. It doesn't make a lot of sense. The general plan was put in place for a reason. I would rather see, I'm third generation. Of course, I own my own corporation. I'm the only one in my family that's not, but I'm third generation organized labor. So these folks out here, I understand a little bit about organized labor. My third generation, of course, we were Teamsters and longshoremen, but I understand the plight of organized labor, and it's important. I want these men and women that are in the union, I want them to build single-family homes.
Thank you.
Not warehouses. Thank you, folks, very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, our next 3.
Try the phone again. Olivia, how are we doing?
Good, I have one ready for you. Can I transfer
Okay.
him in?
Yes, please.
Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Whoops. It was ringing
Hello?
briefly and then it stopped.
How you doing?
Caller, are you on the, are you
Caller,
there?
you're on the phone?
Yes, I am.
All right,
Okay, go
so
ahead.
if because you don't have the advantage of having the little yellow light, I'll just chime in real quick when when that does turn yellow, to let you know you have a minute.
Go ahead.
Will do. Just tell me when I can start.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Ron Roy, Fairway Canyon. There's a widening disconnect between Beaumont city officials and the residents of Beaumont over the reality about what warehouses will bring to the community. Does anyone really believe this project is nothing more than a massive warehouse project with a sprinkling of retail? The warehouse facilities will take 140 out of 188 acres, including 2.5 million square feet of high-profile tilt-ups. That's 74% of the project land. The retail, which is the developers' love at this time, takes only 11 acres or 5% of the land. That's 5% versus 74%. Now do you see what kind of project this is? The developer falsely claims that 140 acres of warehouses is somehow magically better than the homes currently authorized under the Sunny Cal Pacific Plan. Well, how is that? How will hundreds of noisy, polluting, and congesting, accident-prone, unpredictable, big-rig diesel trucks coming and going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that will literally threaten the very lives of nearby residents be more attractive than a quiet, safe, and family-friendly residential community? And developers' claims about the sports park are misleading, since the Sunny Cal Specific Plan can pay for the park, as developer fees are required for any project. Now, the developer claims there will be thousands of new jobs. Well, what kind of jobs? Are they rewarding, high-paying, long-term with labor protections? Will workers be able to buy a house, raise a family, and plan their family's future in retirement? According to ZipRecruiter, in June 2022, the average annual pay for a warehouse worker in the area is $33,000, when we're looking at $550,000 median home prices. Moreover, warehouse jobs create a disposable workforce. That's why, according to the National Employment Law Project, the turnover rate in Riverside County is 107%, meaning more workers leave in a year than are hired. So why so quickly? The study city's unsustainable productivity requirements and subsequent injury rates is what's cited. Driving by this project daily will be like driving by a prison. Now, here's a quote from the California Attorney General. The most important consideration when planning a logistics facility is its location. Warehouses
30
located
seconds.
in residential neighborhoods or near other sensitive receptors expose community residents to the air pollution, noise, traffic, and other environmental impacts they generate. Therefore, placing facilities away from sensitive receptors significantly reduces their environmental and quality of life harms on local communities. And I reserve the right to come down there and speak if you couldn't hear me, because I was interrupted.
We can hear you fine.
I'm coming down. Can I come down? I'm down.
Thank you,
I'm
caller.
coming down. All right.
Okay, next caller.
Yes, I will be transferring him in. One moment.
Caller, you on? Okay. Caller, you on?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jack Carroll, and I live here in Beaumont in Solera. Hey, everybody, guess what? Another outside developer wants to honor us by building an industrial warehouse in our backyard. In this case, right across the street from where I live on Brookside. The developers of the proposed Beaumont Summit Station warehouse project have been mailing and passing out a slick flyer about their project, and we heard from their representative tonight, who did a great job of selling. But they talk about upgrading and improving Beaumont roads and the I-10 interchange, a project that will take years even if they keep their promise and help fund it. They talk about big box retail stores such as Costco and Target, even though none of these have expressed any interest at all in moving to the pass area. They talk about high-end restaurants, a 4-story hotel, and a regional park. But who would want to go to a park or a restaurant or a hotel with hundreds of diesel 18-wheelers passing by every day? They talk about funding electric cars for their employees. That's a very nice gesture. But they fail to acknowledge that a primary cause of air pollution in Southern California is exhaust from large diesel trucks. Nowhere in that entire flyer I'm talking about does the developer mention the 2.5 million square foot warehouse complex that's the heart of their proposal. Summit Station would be nearly 40% larger than the monstrosity that we used to call Gateway on Cherry Valley Boulevard. Nowhere does the developer mention the more than 500 big rig diesels a day that will come to and from the warehouse. Nowhere does the developer mention or admit that the thousands of seniors and children who live on Brookside, right next to the warehouse or across the street
1 minute.
would be more susceptible to respiratory disease than almost any other element of the population. Nowhere does the developer acknowledge that putting a giant warehouse across the street from residences will significantly reduce the value of those residences. There are many other appropriate places to build warehouses in Beaumont, areas zoned industrial. Beaumont doesn't need or want another industrial warehouse in residential areas. My message to the Planning Commission and City Council is very simple. Don't fall for the hype. Say no to these guys and turn their project down. Thank you.
Thank you. Another caller?
Yes, let me transfer him. One moment.
Okay.
After this caller, we'll go back to in-person and email too.
Okay. Okay. Caller, you on the line? Caller? You on the line? Hello?
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Aidan Marshall, speaking on behalf of CARE California. CARE California is an unincorporated association of individuals and labor organizations whose members live and work in the city of Beaumont and Riverside County. I'm here before you today to request the Planning Commission not recommend approval of the project at this time. Our coalition and many other members of the public submitted comments on the draft EIR. We urge the Commission not to recommend approval until the city resolves the issues raised in these comments. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, next three, Frankie Jimenez, John Sisley, and Sean Silva.
Okay, while they're coming up, I'll read another public comment received via email today. Oh, I'm sorry, this was received yesterday. Good evening. My name is Stephen Pipecorn, and I'm with the Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance. We submitted a comment letter to the Environmental Impact Report. Our letter identified several deficiencies with the EIR. The deficiencies include but are not limited to project description, air quality, energy, greenhouse gas emissions, land use and planning, population and housing, and transportation traffic. During these turbulent times, we as citizens expect and deserve our local government's elected and appointed officials to protect us from environmental and social injustice, to aid in the preservation and rehabilitation of the environment in which we all share, and to ensure accountability and responsibility in regard to the environmental decisions they make. We stand by our comment letter and believe the EIR is flawed and must be redrafted and recirculated for public review. In closing, we call on this commission to be a leader on the aforementioned issues and be the first line of defense for our citizenry and environment. Only by working together can we continue to be excellent stewards of our environment, outstanding stewards to our citizens and each other. Thank you. And the letters submitted by Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance was included in the appendices in your staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman. Thank you so much for taking this opportunity for me to speak. My name is Frankie Jimenez, President, Business Agent, of Ironworkers Local 416 covering Riverside and San Bernardino County. I'm here on behalf of Ironworkers Local 416. We don't support this project because the developer has not opened to working with everyone in the best way possible for our community. They have done, at best, a partial and incomplete job reaching out to the very community that they have that they will build their massive warehouse and have made no strong commitment to bettering everyone's lives as they feel to build. 2.5 million square feet is not a small project. The impact this would have, and compared with the little they have worked with us on it, is not acceptable. I speak for not just for myself, but for over 3,000 members of Ironworkers Local 416. When I asked you to please re-examine this project and help the middle-class jobs in our hands by denying them this approval. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm John. I'm a union business agent. I represent all the union plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration for all of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I'm also a delegate to the Building Trades Commission, State of California, and the Central Labor Council, Inland Empire. And for the record, I am not being paid to be here, darn it. But anyway, this project, I'd like to give mad props to my brothers from the laborers and from the carpenters who are here in support of the project. Don't get me wrong, I'm here in opposition for the project. And the reason is because there is no community workforce agreement in place to include the unions in this area. Let me destroy the illusion here. There is no CWA here. There is no agreement to include all the crafts in any of this whatsoever. There may be a shady deal behind the scenes with one or two locals, but there is no union agreement with any of us. There's the ironworkers right there. The electricians haven't been included. I haven't been included. As a matter of fact, we've reached out to them, and they're not interested. Does that sound like above and beyond? No, it's not above and beyond, actually. What it sounds like is we're here above and beyond to make a bunch of money. If they were truly interested in the community or in you as a city, they would include us, and they're not. Okay, there is no agreement to pay prevailing wage. There is no guarantee any of these jobs will be sustainable in any way, shape, or form, and the bottom dollar will close that. You know that. You know what they're here for, okay? And they're not here to include us all. There's been no comments made, none whatsoever, to hire responsible contractors that would provide local hire or skilled workers for this project. Development like this is not in the best interest of hardworking citizens like us. It's not in the best interest of the skilled trades or the unions in California. Please reconsider the handing over the approval of this project for the good of Beaumont and for the good of all the people that are here tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sean Silva, and I'm speaking on behalf of CARE California tonight. Californians Allied for a Responsible Economy, or CARE California, is a coalition of concerned individuals, from whom you heard a representative of us just a little bit ago. We monitor development across California to ensure that major development projects minimize environmental and public health impacts and ensure real and tangible community benefits. We have an interest in projects like this because they are part of the environment, and projects like this get built and they are where we all live and work. We've watched this project progress, and we find that we must oppose it tonight. The developer has not, unfortunately, committed to providing any but the most superficial of good development hallmarks, which would elevate this project from merely a lucrative endeavor for themselves to something that would enrich Beaumont and its people as a whole. I believe you've heard evidence of that already, but I'll run through a little bit for you. The real hallmarks of which I speak are really very elementary steps and yet so important, and so skipped over this time. Community outreach is important and yet evidently lacking, especially now as warehouses continue to proliferate across the Inland Empire. I've heard lots of comments from people who live here, how they feel about that. Well, I'll tell you what, commitment to the people of Beaumont should be paramount to you and to everyone in here. This is obvious. To developers, maybe not. This project being here today definitely speaks to the city's extensive importance as a logistics hub, that's true. And the developers ought to show respect to that and include real provisions for the protection of the public and their health, including the workers who would build the project, all the workers. Many of the projects surrounding communities are disproportionately affected by existing air pollution and experience elevated levels of negative health effects. The project will make these conditions worse by adding significant levels of air pollution, greenhouse gas pollution, and transportation impacts. The DEIR failed to address the cumulative effect of the increased impacts on the local community and must be revised to accurately assess the project's cumulative health impacts on the surrounding communities. We cannot support the project as it stands. We urge you to listen to us and listen to the community and reconsider approving until it offers more. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Zach Strasters, Louis Lopez, and Al Sanchez.
And I have another email received just a bit ago. Dear Sir, Madam, I'm a resident of Beaumont, and I would like to state my opposition to the destructive community project being proposed. The residents of Beaumont are proud of what the community has become, and massive warehouses should not be a part of our future. The Summit Station project is a massive step in the wrong direction. We have battled with massive traffic issues on a daily basis. The city's poor planning and response to changing construction patterns have shown that those in charge have made decisions without doing their homework and without listening to the concerns of the community residents. With infrastructure upgrades years behind, the citizens are left with daily frustration, forcing them to shop elsewhere because of the unnecessary traffic. We are constantly being told by city officials that we are planning, but yet commercial projects continue without resolving the negative impact to the surrounding areas. The poor response to the train incident just days ago shows the city is reactive and not proactive. Why would you allow these massive warehouses to build in the heart of our communities? The citizens have had enough. Take your project elsewhere. We don't want it here. 100% no on Summit Station project. Sean Simpson.
Good evening. Excuse me. Pastor Zach here with CARE California. Let's be clear. The people of Beaumont do not want this project. 100% of the community has come out fervently and said, no, please, begging at your doorstep, commissioners, please do not approve this project. But I want to give some ammunition to some of their arguments. The DEIR underestimated the public health risk to the community caused by exposure to the project's air emissions, particularly diesel particulate. This is literally going to kill your citizens. This is literally going to violently impact the families that you are commissioned to represent. I want to take a minute to talk about the reality of this project. This project will be the construction of 3 warehouses totaling 2.5 million square feet of space. And from the LA Times, May 2000, as part of a landmark court settlement, 4,500 Buena Park residents in the area are supposed to be sent warnings for the first time about an increased risk of cancer and other health hazards linked to soot pouring out of these trucks. Diesel exhaust contains more than 40 chemicals that have been listed by the state as toxic air pollutants. Are the people of Beaumont worth less than the people in other places in California? Why do you think that the people of Buena Park sued a developer like this, like Exeter? Because the courts agreed that this would, as a result of truck, lead to sickness and death for their families and their children. In 1998, California Air Resources Board identified diesel particulate matter as a toxic air contaminant based on published evidence of a relationship between diesel exhaust and lung cancer. In 2012, additional studies on the cancer-causing potential of diesel exhaust led the International Agency for Research to list diesel engine exhaust as carcinogenic to humans, which the residents of Beaumont are, to remind you.
The Air Resources Board went on further to say that avoid sitting new sensitive land uses within 1,000 feet of a distribution center that accommodates more than 100 trucks per day. And does this project not include in its proposition a 4-story hotel with 220 guest rooms? Does it not include 25,000 square feet of retail and of restaurant? Do the Beaumont citizens as customers and their family not constitute sensitive land use when they're out at restaurants or shopping here? The very few things that this project actually tries to stand on as a community benefit versus all of the housing that it destroys? And just how many trucks do you think a 2.5 million square foot warehouse will see each day? Right now in West Windsor, New Jersey, they're doing a study, and it says that the estimate for these types of projects at 2.5 million square feet is 51 trucks in the morning peak, 77 during the evening. But these numbers are an estimate, not an overall impact on the area roads, and they're only for specific times. It looks more like 434 car and truck trips during the weekday morning peak and 460 new trips during the evening, weekday evening peak hour. At best, that's 2 hours sitting, breathing in particulate. Do what your neighbors have done in San Bernardino, Colton, Bloomington, Upland, Redlands, Rancho, and Fontana. Listen to the voice of the people. Do not approve this project.
It's a little hot right here. Good evening, commissioners, community, staff. My name is Louis Lopez. I'm a business agent for the Ironworkers, Local 433, separate from 416 Ironworkers, but together. First of all, we don't support this project because the developer is not open to working with everyone in the best way possible for our community as a whole. I like to think if there's any veterans here with us tonight, I'd like to thank you for your service. I myself served 2 deployments. I bring that up because as I served as a Marine, I also trained and operated with the Army. I tabbed out in Ranger School in 11-93. I operated and trained with the Navy as an amphibious group. I also trained with the Air Force, Air Rescue. I didn't have the ability to work with the Coast Guard, but I do appreciate their mission and what they did here at home on our coast. I say that because working together is something that the military really taught me. And I say that because just like building America, there's a lot of similarities there as we work with electricians, with carpenters, with laborers, with operators, with iron workers. We all do it collectively together. And it just disappoints me when we have developers come here and not include everybody. It kind of gives me that they have an irresponsible motive. I also raised 8 daughters. Yes, 8 daughters. Got a little gray hair here. But I also learned very quickly that I couldn't go out and put 2 of them in sports and ignore the rest of them. I had to offer the same to everybody. Otherwise, I had a divided house with a bunch of friction. I learned that real quick as a father. I wasn't a perfect father, but I learned on the way to be a little more responsible. I represent 5,000 ironworkers. So building is of the future, but let's work together for responsible building. The Army might have been the largest branch, but it didn't leave the Marine Corps out of the fight. I say that because I just ask that this developer reaches out to a little bit more. You may just have a little bit more support here, maybe in the future. Thank you.
So we're coming up on top of the hour. I could use a quick break to stretch.
4 more, only 4 more after this.
We have 4 more? Okay, let's go ahead and let's call those then.
Okay, 5 more.
Let's call the next 3.
Okay, well, Al Sanchez speak first.
Hello, board members. My name is Al Sanchez. I'm a member of LIUNA, Laborers International Union of Northern America. You've heard some of my other brothers talk about the positive stuff. I'm going to come straight up with, we're known for building America, So I'm asking you guys to support this project and let us build Beaumont. We're going to use skilled and trained workers with pensions, with insurance, at fair wages, so we could afford to live in this country now with all these prices and gas prices. And so please support this.
After we finish, we'll have one more caller. The last four, Dodick Carlson, John Light, the five, I'm sorry, Eli Gonzalez, Dr. Blair Ball.
Let's, since this
keep it
is,
at
it's
three.
kind of adding up, and I guess we have a couple more emails as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll take a break at this point. We'll reconvene at 8:05.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is my mic on? Yes. All right, we're going to reconvene. If everybody could grab their seat, please. All right, we have a couple more callers. Let's take one of them, or let's take those two on the line, please.
Okay, Olivia, go ahead.
They actually are waiting for me to call them back. So if you want to finish with
So
those
let's call the next
in
three
person.
speakers, and we'll
You
read
got
the
it.
next email.
Okay. Dodick Carlson, John Light, and Eli Gonzalez.
All right, and we have another email that was received today. This says, please do not confirm, approve this proposal for the industrial complex warehouse at this location. Too many warehouses will undermine the quality of life in the pass area. This will also add to congestion and air pollution. Did you use the data from the shutdown of traffic during the COVID time when there was minimal traffic? However, if thinking and talking to the developer about something to put there, ideas include upscale restaurants, place where families, people can have fun, miniature golf, playgrounds, not warehouses. Thank you, Anita Worthen, Beaumont resident.
Go ahead.
My name is Debbie. I'm the facility coordinator for Beaumont Youth Baseball.
There you go.
Again, I'm the facility coordinator for Beaumont Youth Baseball. That's why I took Pass area born and raised, along with my parents. My parents were in the business, a recreation business in Banning for over 30 years. So I've watched the whole area. I know a lot of the people have spoken here tonight. The bottom line for me is I am in support of this. And the reason, one of the biggest reason is, let me back up. I'll be truthfully honest with you. I don't want anything built on the Sunny Cal Ranch, period. End of story. With that being said, this project does and helps the youth of this community. All of the things that has been done within the city with all of this growth, all of these people, no consideration has been made whatsoever for the youth, both of the community and the adults. We have 1,100 kids. We had this largest single youth sport and has been for over 4 years and still growing, except for when we're off for COVID. And we are out of capacity. We have no room. That park, that facility, that they're willing to put up the money and do the install and do the things that we need for this community and our kids and our future needs to come from somewhere. And it hasn't been coming forth so far. Okay? When it comes to the diesel fumes, all of those things, I'm the last person you need to be talking about air pollution. Okay? But those trucks come in, they dump the trailer, and they leave. They're driving by on Interstate 10. Okay? They're not going anywhere. So you need to make the decision. I hope it's for the right reasons, and I think you could do it if you had some modifications done. But another bunch of houses that we have no water for, no infrastructure, no road differences, it's just going to be a bigger congested mess. So if the things, you hold them accountable. If they're not accountable, if they don't do whatever you guys agree to and what is proposed, then let me know, because I'll stick my 1,100 kids on them and we'll go take them out. You know, this is about the community as a whole. You need to listen to everybody. You're listening to a lot of old school people, and I understand that. You're listening to a lot of these people up here and sit here and talk about all these things, but it's obvious they're not from here because they know this is Beaumont for a reason. The wind blows every day. Our air pollution has been going on here our entire lives, okay? I'm not saying it's a good thing. Do I want it here? No. But if they're going to step up and take care of everybody in the community and you hold them accountable to these things, then they have it. Thank you.
Planning Commission, my name is John Light. I'm a 14-year resident of Beaumont, and things have changed in 14 years. But I'm definitely in support of this project, especially if the alternative is more houses and their water use. And it's not like the old days when there was 2 cars per house. Now you got multiple people living there. There's more traffic, and I'm in support of this project. It's going to put my guys to work, local residents, and also we can use the roads and we can use the park. So I urge you to approve it. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eli Gonzalez, and I'm a member of Local 433, and we're in full opposition to this project. Let me be clear. Projects like this need to offer something to everyone. I'm an iron worker by trade, but also a nearby resident. When I hear the amount of new industrial projects and the size of them in the Beaumont and Banning area, I'm stunned. I think we need to push for big developers like this to actually give places to build their massive warehouses something in return. We should demand a lot of community benefits when a developer proposes a project like this. Good construction jobs, worthwhile jobs, that's right off the bat. Without that, I don't support this project. Thank you.
Other callers on the line? Or, I'm sorry, we have one more?
Good evening, Chairman, Planning Commission, and staff. My name is Ralph Bellador. I'm a 29-year LIUNA member.
Just want to make sure that, did you submit a speaker slip?
I did.
He's got one.
It's right there.
Okay, sorry.
And I'm kind of appalled at all the people against it because as I was driving down 6th Street today, it kind of hurt my soul and my heart. Because it was what projects similar to this that gave me the opportunity to get into the labor's union and make it a career where I can raise my family. Now, I understand not everyone is a party to it, but don't not do something because it's not going to benefit everybody. It's going to benefit a whole lot of folks in this community. And I don't know how many folks have been out of a job, but I have. And a $20 an hour job could save your life. Again, I was going down the street here, and there's a lot of folks here, right here in the community, in the heart of the community, can use a job there. Not only during construction, but after it's done. People that ride their bikes, people that can only walk because they don't have no other mode of transportation. And I know you're listening to a whole lot of folks right now that have all those means and have the means to drive out to Orange County, like a lot of our members, drive to Los Angeles, drive to Temecula to work. But they're not able to put a lot of time here in town with their family and benefit from the programs. You do need the infrastructure done in this city. Folks were talking to me today about how the roads haven't been fixed. I understand how things work. It takes money infused from outside developers, private money, that has little or no economic downfall in the community. That private money that come in, that's infused, that be able to do these things that you want to do in the community. The park that they're good, that could be realized here will help a lot of children, get them off the streets, give them something to do in the afternoons. And some of the jobs that will go on there will be some of the folks that don't have to drive far away, and they can have their kids out there and be the baseball coach or the soccer coach. You'll see crime go down and make your job, sir, much easier if these people didn't have to drive far away. This is a good developer who teams up with good union contractors who pay a good wage, a mortgage-paying wage, and allows us to attain the American dream. You need to do right by all your citizens in the community. And there's a segment of the community right now that can really benefit. That's the folks, if you walk outside right now, that's the folks that are walking down 6th Street right now. Take a look. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for having me tonight. Thank you.
We have one more in person.
Do we have more emails as well?
Yeah, we do have probably 4 or 5 additional emails, but if you want to go ahead and
Let's
take
go
the
ahead and
speaker.
we'll wrap up with in person.
Last speaker, Dr. Blair Ball.
Okay. And while he's on his way in.
This email was received, same language by about 5 or 6 people, so I'll read the email and then I'll give all of their names that were associated with it. I would like to state my opposition to the destructive community project being proposed. The residents of Beaumont are proud of what the community has become, and massive warehouses should not be a part of our futures. The Summit Station project is a massive step in the wrong direction. We have battled with massive traffic issues on a daily basis. The city's poor planning in response to changing construction patterns have shown that those in charge have made decisions without doing their homework and without listening to the concerns of the community residents. With infrastructure upgrades years behind, the citizens are left with daily frustration, forcing them to shop elsewhere because of unnecessary traffic. We are constantly being told by city officials that we are planning, but yet commercial projects continue without resolving the negative impact to the surrounding areas. The poor response to the train incident just days ago shows the city is reactive and not proactive. Why would you allow these massive warehouses to build in the heart of our communities? The citizens have had enough. Take your project elsewhere. We don't want it here. 100% no on Summit Station. And this email was submitted by James and Elizabeth Fellows, by Kya Than I, by Karen I, by Gloria Steen, by Vanessa Romo, and by Jill Vickers. And I did verify that the language was the same through each of the emails.
Good evening. I'm a resident here of many, many years, decades, let's say. I'm a business owner in the city of Beaumont, property owner in Beaumont and Cherry Valley, and have seen great changes. I stand in opposition to this zone change. It's not a question of whether a warehouse will be built, it's where the warehouse will be built. Our friends who here are wanting to construct warehouses, the question is whether it's going to be on Cherry Valley Boulevard or in the zoned area where the industrial site is. We have just spent tens of thousands of dollars creating a new general plan for the city. The ink isn't hardly even dry on it, and we have this zone change. The warehouse is going to be to the gateway of Cherry Valley. We've lost one leg of Cherry Valley with Marion Ashley. We feel very disappointed in what he did to us and residents of Cherry Valley. 8,000 citizens who do a lot of their business and commerce in Beaumont. Now we see another warehouse proposed on the other side of the street. This developer has not come to the residents of Cherry Valley Acres and Neighbors, to discuss with us what we would like to see happen. It is not an issue of water. This property has overlying water rights. So those who say it's about water is simply not true. But the developer doesn't understand what that means. There was one gentleman who spoke about reducing the size of the homes with larger lots to have $1 million homes. I don't know if that's true or not. But I do know this. We do suffer from certain homes. We have the 7,000-foot homes, postage stamped lots. We need something different. In my opinion, a great opportunity would be to have an equestrian estate project, maybe half-acre homes with arenas, riding trails, and make it a showcase for the city of Beaumont. Beaumont's motto has just changed to Beaumont, a city elevated. Let's elevate that. Let's show them something that would draw people for horse shows, things of that nature. Let's make this something better than just another warehouse. We have warehouse ability south of the freeway by the tracks. Let's do something different. I would encourage you to deny this and bring it to City Council. Thank you.
Olivia, caller? Olivia, do we have a caller?
I have two. I will go ahead and transfer the first caller in.
Thank you. Caller, you're on the line?
Hi, I'm ready. Should I go ahead?
Yes, please. Give your name and where you're
Okay.
from.
Okay, this is Nancy Carroll, and I'm from the city of Beaumont.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you can all hear me, this is Nancy Carroll from the city of Beaumont, and I want you to reject this draft EIR. I hope that if there's a good project, we work with unions on it, but that has nothing to do with whether a warehouse should go there or shouldn't. You can't scrub the air clean for us after you realize your choices have gone too far. You can't make a child not have asthma or give back a senior citizen's health when the air is so polluted. There is no oops once you make an error like this. and continue to pollute our local air. We've had excellent speakers provide us with facts about this draft EIR when they speak against it. I say you must reject this premise outright. It's a shell game of how the air pollution impact may or may not hurt us. The science is now a bit of a dinosaur in our area when we talk about air pollutant impact. It ignores the impact of truck slowdown on the highways and truck slowdown at the intersections of places like Cherry Valley and the 10. The slowdown of trucks increases the pollutants and makes what statistics you read about in the draft EIR no longer even applicable. You've all seen the traffic slow down on the 10, and this is one of the areas that it slows down the most. The diesel exhaust doesn't move, so the impact of it is heightened. There is a new scientific analysis going on in the nation where they examine what they're calling cluster impact. If you have a national map of this country, which I've seen one recently on cluster impact, you see the red zones
1 minute.
where the impact has gone off the charts. And our area is in one of those red zones on the highway. You can't scrub us clean after you make this mistake. No nefarious development should open the floodgates like the Gateway Warehouse did, and you can't continue this bad path. Leadership requires that you must have a vision of the impact of this truck clustering and make sure that you don't approve this. It's just the fact that they didn't want to pay more for land that was zoned as a warehouse. They make more money when they change the zoning. It has nothing to do with anything else. Deny, deny, deny. This is a flawed and outdated EIR. It is a pollutant shell game. Deny this EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Last caller.
Yes, let me transfer. 1 moment.
If you turn on the sound, you'll hear the end.
Caller, you're on the line?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Esteemed and possibly weary commissioners, my name is Amy Jackson, and I'm from next door in Cherry Valley. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak out against this project. You have a very important job in your hands, the direction, character, and serious health of our community. You hold the gift that we all enjoy, the clean winds that we have that come through, the deodars that dance on Beaumont Avenue, and the beautiful schools and diversity of neighborhoods that we all enjoy. And it's your job to ensure that we become sort of a light. We're a hidden community that people don't know about, and it makes us vulnerable for these developers to come in and take advantage of the gifts that we don't even realize how special they are. And I would like to express my hope that you will take that gift that we all enjoy and cherish it. And as the doctor said earlier, to take a city elevated and truly elevate and allow that area to be what it was planned to be, a community that really reflects what we all want and protects the health of our children and our grandchildren, all of the things that the particulate of all of these trucks and the size and mass of these prisons and the chain link fencing, and they're throwing us these sorry gifts supposedly of a community that when they're in there, we'll realize what we really have lost is the gift that we all enjoy of wonderful neighborhoods and open space and diversity and vistas, not chain link fence, and enormous prisons of warehouses. I please request for you to protect us and use the good planning resources that you have at your disposal to bring our community and protect our community so we can enjoy and live healthy there in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more caller. Oh, they disconnected. Never mind. That's all.
Okay, let's wrap up with the last emails that we received.
I'll go ahead and read one. We're going to try to take turns. Dear City of Beaumont Planning Committee, my name is Dr. Juan Carlos Medina. I'm a newer resident of the City of Beaumont, having purchased a home with my wife in Stetson Community in August 2020. However, my family has lived in Beaumont, specifically the Stetson Community, for the past 12 years. I'm reaching out today to speak against the proposed changes to the Beaumont Summit Station specific plan. I do not agree with the proposed change to the specific plan from single-family residential to industrial space zoning and implore you as representatives of the interests of the residents of Beaumont to deny the proposed changes and recommend that the City of Beaumont keep the original specific plan for single-family residential in place. Beaumont, as you know, is in a naturally beautiful environment that provides the convenience of living close to larger cities while offering a safe, close-knit, small-town community. One of the primary factors that led my wife and I to purchase a home in Beaumont was the fact that we fell in love with the residents in town, the slower pace of living, and the natural beauty and easily accessible surrounding outdoor environment. By considering changing the specific plan to allow for the construction of warehouse, Beaumont risks losing that which makes it unique, those same characteristics that draw families in and maintain the residents in our city. Though a single resident's opinion may not be sufficient, I ask that you please consider what is most beneficial for the public health, the public safety, and the greater well-being of the residents of Beaumont. As a city committed to limiting noise and light pollution at night and providing a safe environment for children to grow in, we would be working against our own interest if we allow the allowed specific plan to be changed. In approving the proposed change and allowing a warehouse to be built in the middle of a residential community and so close to a high school and elementary school, we would effectively not only increase noise in the air, but would endanger the many residents that live off of Brookside Avenue. It's no secret that big rig trucks and delivery vans bring added pollution. This increased air pollution, which would endanger the health of our older residents of the Solara community. Similarly, the added traffic would not only endanger the safety of our children who travel Brookside Avenue to get to school, it would severely impact the flow of traffic going to and from Beaumont High and Brookside Elementary School. Brookside is already a dangerous road. Adding several hundred trucks a day would do nothing for our community. On top of it all, studies related to the impact of noise pollution on children's learning, Evans and Lepore 1993 and Stansfield and Clark 2015, have shown that noise pollution severely affects children's non-auditory mental processing, which impacts their ability to learn at high levels and their ability to self-regulate. Combine these facts with the increased air pollution and we risk the well-being, healthy development, and learning of our children with these proposed changes. Please do what is right for the residents of Beaumont, listen to your constituents, and vote against the proposed changes to the specific plan. I, on behalf of my family, ask that you recommend that the City of Beaumont keep the original specific plan for single-family residential in place. We do not need nor want a warehouse in our community. Please keep warehouses together south of the 60 freeway. Thank you for your time.
Now I have a couple much shorter ones to read. I had to take a break. Good morning. I am a resident of the Stetson community and just heard about the Planning Commission meeting this morning. Therefore, I apologize for the email instead of sending a formal letter. I am very concerned about the addition of yet another expansive warehouse in our city, especially one so close to residents, schools, and the new giant warehouse that is almost finished on Cherry Avenue. I understand growth is inevitable and profitable for the city, despite the rural charm being one of the reasons we chose Beaumont. However, the concern is the traffic and pollution these warehouses bring. This is not just speculative either, as we have seen the effects of mass industrialization on the population in areas like Fontana. ABC News and other news organizations have reported on the negative effects of these warehouses on the health of its residents. The city has even faced lawsuits regarding the environmental impact. As a mother, the increased risk of breathing issues and cancer that come with these projects has me very upset and concerned for my family's well-being, especially my asthmatic son. I respectfully request that you deny this project. Please do not let money be an issue, as new homes and their property taxes can still provide that. Please consider that these warehouses are extremely unpopular with most residents of Beaumont, and speak for us who do not have the power to make these decisions. I thank you for your time and consideration. Kindly, Jessica Jameson. And then I have, let's see. Hello, I am emailing you regarding the Summit Station project, letting you know that this project is a really bad idea to continue to build warehouses all around the beautiful city of Beaumont. When my family and I moved out here, we loved the fact that Beaumont had that small town feeling. Now that small town feeling is slowly being taken away from us because of the current and potential infrastructure of these massive warehouses. Beaumont is not the place to be building. Go build somewhere in Antelope Valley or Apple Valley. Thank you. Respectfully, C. Porras. Good evening. My name is Ellen Clifford, and like most of the residents here in Beaumont, we do not want to see more warehouses built. The main focus needs to be on the infrastructure and how we can build a plan in place to fund and promote our growing city. If the events of the train incident taught us anything, the city needs to focus on their citizens' needs and making the city better. The city said it themselves, infrastructure improvements take time and money. The city will get funding through building residential homes, not warehouses. The congestion caused by the trucks are bad enough. Adding warehouses will only make the problem worse. I ask council to revisit the Beaumont Summit Station to include a plan that will not allow warehouses to be in the project. Thank you, Ellen Clifford. Let's see. All right. It is the people's desire that this property remain zoned for single-family residential, not to amend land use for other purposes such as industrial or general commercial for warehouse development. Our community already has under construction a gastronomic warehouse on Cherry Valley Boulevard, which has already congested freeway access and ruined the boulevard. Another is under consideration in Banning, and now this in Beaumont. What the train incident in the past, June 15th, 2022, should have taught us is that congesting every exit from our communities is not a wise choice. In the event of a major emergency, such as earthquake, flood, or fire, evacuations likely may occur. The congestion at our freeway exits and entrances and on our roads from semi-trucks at these warehouses 24 hours a day will stop traffic flow. We need to plan ahead for and establish adequate infrastructure before considering amendments to zoning. We need to have such necessities established as sufficiently accessible roads for emergency vehicles and traffic, enough water, and adequate emergency ingress and egress. Our population may pay the price. With the number of new housing developments, we have many more human lives to consider. It's not just about maintaining our country life, it's about keeping people alive and safe. Karen Warren, Highland Springs Country Club Executive Committee for Emergency Preparedness. And then I have one last one. No, I'll go fast. I'm trying to go fast, but still be clear. After reviewing the EIR of this project, I failed to see where and how the additional traffic on Brookside will be handled. Are there plans to provide an on-ramp to Brookside east and westbound? On Table 5 of the Traffic Appendix K, page 1 and 2, there is a gross error in the number of signals that control traffic flow from south to north and north to south on Oak Valley Parkway. Given the close proximity of these 4 signals, off on-ramp westbound, off on-ramp eastbound, Oak Valley Parkway, Golf Club, Oak Valley Parkway, Oak View, the exclusion of the Oak Valley Parkway Golf Club intersection immediately changes the dynamics of suggesting that the delays on Oak Valley only fail at 2 of the 3 intersections. Omitting Golf Club intersection minimizes the delay calculation of the entire complex at Oak Valley Parkway. All intersections deserve an F projection. In addition to this calculation, I failed to see where a value has been suggested for additional heavy trucks using the Oak Valley off-ramps, either by plan or error in navigation. All these factors seem to suggest that EIR is flawed, not only in this section of the report, but in every section of the report. The close proximity of the proposed warehousing complex to a longstanding residential district cannot be supported based on the proposals on the table. There are over 1,200 single-family senior housing within a mile of the proposed industrial center. The additional traffic will worsen air quality to unhealthy levels and should not be approved. The property in question was to provide much-needed housing for an expanding population, but even more important, affordable housing is in great demand for our community and for the area in general. I would appreciate a no vote to the mega warehouse and all that go with it. We need Beaumont to improve what we have rather than adding little to the local economy. John Chavez. And that concludes the readable, written comments that were received today. We have received 2 additional letters, one from Advocates for the Environment, it is multiple pages, one from the Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance, which is also multiple pages, and another 273-page letters submitted by Mitchell Sy, attorney at law. We will be making those available to the commission as well as with the rest of these public comments as we prepare the staff report for planning commission, or excuse me, for city council after this, so these will again be made public.
And can you just summarize if those letters were for or against the project?
They're all 3 in opposition.
All right, and with no more speaker slips, no more people on the phone? Well,
Chairman,
yes.
I just want to note for the record, I know the city of Calamasa is watching. We received a comment from them regarding traffic conditions, but I'm going to provide that later when that discussion comes up, when it's a more appropriate time.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank everybody for participating and, kind of moving through that as quickly as you did. I think everybody did a great job. Thank you. So with that, we will proceed to the applicant. We have the 5 minutes additional for them to provide additional information if they choose, or, any rebuttals to anything that may have come up. And I did neglect to ask this at the beginning, but can the timer be adjusted for a 5-minute period as well, or? Okay. Okay, thank you. So it's 5 minutes and it'll still be set for a 1-minute warning.
Evening. My name is Andrew Graybar with EQT Exeter, here to represent the Beaumont Summit Station project. I just wanted to start by thanking the community for their input. We've heard it in the hundreds of comment letters that we received and responses that we provided. One of them, and perhaps the most important, is the significant and unavoidable impacts that they mentioned of our project, and also the project previously approved, the Sunny Cal specific plan. I just wanted to mention that that plan had the same significant and unavoidable impacts. However, significantly less mitigation proposed to correct it and tackle it. The first and most important one is impacts to sensitive receptors, which in our project are mitigated and are less than significant. The Sunny Cal plan proposes nothing or virtually nothing to address those significant impacts. The second, traffic, the most important, and I think something that we heard from nearly every speaker this evening. Our project proposes 10 times the amount of contribution toward the interchange project, $18 million more in off-site road and intersection improvements. I think you guys can recall the slide, the F's to A's, the D's to A's. It takes all of the intersections that are traffic impacts and upgrades that, improves flow. And I think that's something, I know that's something that is not addressed by the Sunny Cal specific plan. Additionally, the 1,000-foot setback from the project to the communities on Brookside Ave, many of which we heard from this evening, is above and beyond the current good neighbor policy, and also additional proposed legislature that's being considered today. In addition to that, obviously you heard a lot about the public park, the 147-acre Danny Thomas Ranch Park, the amenities that the project proposes, that being commercial, retail, hospitality, and also the public park. And then finally, the 31 acres of open space that is visible today and will be preserved by the project and conserved as riparian area for the project and for the residents, which it will serve as a buffer to. Additionally, I wanted to just address the canvassing efforts and the 1,000 homes that we did canvass in our efforts to outreach to the community. The 100 supporter cards which we have received and submitted, which are not heard here today vocally, but are in support of our project. The 14 supporter videos that will be submitted, and clear communication in both our script and our handouts to the community of the industrial e-commerce component of the project. As pertains to jobs, I just wanted to mention again the 2,800 jobs that are included in our fiscal impact analysis. The jobs spanning multiple disciplines, not just warehouse jobs, logistics, retail, hospitality, and management of all three. And that to remind that these buildings that we're proposing are not just warehouses. They contain thousands of square feet of commercial office, which has commercial office and management operations for the businesses that we're proposing to support. We heard a lot from the unions today. I thank those that came in support and opposition of the project. I just wanted to mention that we did obtain contact information for the unions who felt that they were left out from our efforts to engage with the community and organized labor. And we do intend to enter into negotiations with them for organized labor on the project. It was not through any design that we excluded them from that effort. And finally, I think I'd just like to close by mentioning those impacts again, which we feel are assets not just to the project, not just to the developer, but to the community. The new restaurants and retail obviously have been mentioned at length. The open space buffer of 31 acres, which we have opted not to improve, which was in contrast proposed to be improved and built upon in the Sunny Cal plan. The 18 million for Beaumont traffic improvements in off-site roads and intersections, the 12 million toward the interchange project, which we all know is a significant issue for Beaumont, the 2,800 permanent jobs, the 123-acre regional park, and the significant savings in water that the project proposes over the prior Sunny Cal plan. I, once again, appreciate your time and consideration of the project and the community's engagement as well. Andrew Graybar.
Did you want to leave the public hearing open or go ahead and close it at this time?
Is it appropriate to close it this time?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
we'll close the public hearing then at 8:46.
And can we bring our technical team in to address the
Yes, and I
Q&A?
just realized I wasn't speaking with my microphone, so I'll repeat all that.
Yep.
So, Mr. Graybar, yes, so at this time, we're going to come back for questions from commission to both staff and to you and your team. So if they are available to answer questions we may have, that would be appreciated. And then you, the commissioners, just to reiterate, since my mic was off, as you're asking your questions, direct it to staff or to the applicant as appropriate, and then we'll get that answer as we need.
Great. I'm going to invite them in from the other room.
Thank you. I'll give you just a minute to get everybody in here, and then
Thank
we'll
you.
get moving with that.
I have a few sheets. I need a few sheets to.
So I'll start on the ends and move in. So Commissioner Stevens, you'll be first for your questions and such. Then Commissioner Black, Commissioner Bedoya, Vice Chair Calindris, and then I'll wrap up the questions. Wait until they get their development team in case there's technical questions that they have answers to. Does that complete musical chairs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Stevens.
Thank you. I guess this would be for staff off the bat here. Has there been any statements of overriding considerations on the 4 areas of significant impact?
For this project or for the other?
For this project.
Yeah, so there are 4 areas where there's statement of overriding consideration. It is air quality, greenhouse gas, noise, and traffic. And the statement of overriding considerations is included in the staff report packet. It goes through each section.
Thank you.
It's attachment B.
Thank you. I did have, so it could be for staff or the developer. If I can get to the page on the planning area 3, which is designated as open space for this particular project. If it was going to be the Sunny Cal home project, if I recall on the maps that I saw, would the homes be going right up to Brookside, or would that planning area 3, is that developable for homes?
So the Sunny Cal plan showed a coverage of what we designate to be a riparian area, and that is governed by a number of agencies that have different standards today than when the Sunny Cal plan was approved. I'd like to invite either Rox Bio or Kinley Horn to speak on why that plan was permitted to develop a greater area. There is a small corner of the site that you can see in the Sunny Cal plan that does preserve a portion of that riparian area. However, it's a significantly smaller portion of the riparian area, and we have opted, for the reasons that we mentioned, not to develop it.
But the short answer to your question is yes. Homes would be built right up against Brookside Ave, and I'll let Rox Bio speak to why that might have been the case, why it was approved that way, and why it's really not a good idea to build there.
I suppose the question to you should be, would you like more technical analysis of those governing agencies and why that plan was allowed to?
Yeah, well, from what I understand, it is that it can't be developed under the Beaumont Summit, but why is it that homes now can be built if it was residential?
Yeah, sorry, Melanie Rox Biological Consulting. The aquatic resource regulations have changed dramatically since the time that Sunny Cal was approved, and now the agencies require a lot more preservation, or try to. And one thing I will say is at the outset of this project, the group had us go out and map all the riparian areas and work to avoid that lower area. And that will be important in project permitting for this project. And it will be less impactive as a result.
So would it be correct to say that the Sunny Cal plan was grandfathered into old?
100%. They did their permitting 10 plus years ago, and regulations have changed dramatically since that time.
But in addition to that, I would say that we have the opportunity to further encroach upon those areas. But there are a host of reasons. The number one, in our mind, being environmental, that we opted not to encroach upon them because of the, I would say, destruction and mitigation that would be required to do something like that.
And the setback that we wanted to maintain.
Yep.
If there's a follow-up on that.
How long is that permit for the Sunny Cal? How many more years does it have to be?
So the development agreement was 25 years, and I think we're in year 4 or 5 of that since the property was annexed into the city, completed in 2018. So we're roughly about 20 years to go still. I'll double check that right now while we're continuing on.
For the developer, thank you for the presentation. You did mention like Costco and Target. Has there been any interest, letters of interest from those retail establishments?
So I can't mention exactly who, but of the tenants that we had up on those slides, we were directly contacted proactively, not even knowing that this project existed, by about 1/3 of them looking for a home in this area. So yes, we are engaging in conversations actively with those tenants. And I can speak for Andrew and myself to say that we have both done leases and built buildings for those tenants. So we're talking to their heads of real estate every day. These aren't pie in the sky. We copied and pasted from Google some logos that everybody would appreciate. We are building buildings for these tenants. I've probably built buildings for 3/4 of them and signed leases with them. So that's very real.
Follow, sure.
So you've stated that you've done business with them and have good relationships, I assume, with them. But have any of them signed leases in a combined package where there is an industrial setting as well as the commercial setting?
So the thing about industrial space, especially big box industrial space, is the tenants that can afford to pay rent on a 1 million square foot distribution building are usually Fortune 500 tenants, right? Those are huge companies because those rents are really significant. And those tenants, I'll take CVS as an example because it's a great one, use a lot of different types of space. They use R&D space, they use medical space, they use office space, they use commercial space, retail, and then they use big box distribution space as well. And that's just by nature for a lot of Fortune 500 companies. If you're leasing warehouse, you're also leasing office, and you're also leasing retail most of the time. So yes, to answer your question in short, I believe your question was, have they leased space, maybe commercial space that's next to a warehouse, but not lease the warehouse, but lease the commercial space? Absolutely. There's also, we have many instances where in cities like Phoenix, for example, where we have CVS in an office building and we have CVS in a warehouse right next door to it, and they actually lease both.
And my concern is not necessarily the office space and warehouse space. It's the
retail space. You've probably done more of that.
I would just say that the way that those leases and the timing of those leases, they don't come into play in the 24-plus month horizon to enter into a lease agreement over a space that has not yet been entitled, has not yet been fully designed, and won't be, if you look at the project timeline, will not be complete for about 24 months in the first phase.
I understand that, but that's not my question.
Okay.
Have you done deals with these companies where they have leased a big box commercial lot where, okay, for example, you've mentioned CVS. Have we done a large CVS store next to an industrial warehouse of that size?
I don't know that we've built them. In all honesty, I don't know that I've built a large warehouse and also built the CVS retail store, but we definitely own warehouses next to retail industrial stores that are commingled.
Within the same complex?
Yes, absolutely.
And can you give me some examples of where those might be?
Sure. I'm thinking Tempe. I'm thinking Phoenix Airport Center. I'm thinking Irvine. I'm thinking in Ontario, certainly.
Ontario,
Rancho Cucamonga.
okay.
Redlands.
What, can you give me a little bit more specific?
Yeah, so we have a building in Redlands that's just north of the donut hole that is right next to, I know there's a pharmacy there. It's escaping me which pharmacy is right there. And I know there's some like food amenities, like retail pads for food. I'm thinking about our project in Phoenix Airport Center. There's a coffee shop, kind of commingled coffee shop, UPS. Oh God, what else is there? So that sort of things. And that's really common because when commercial tenants look to locate, okay, they do a big demographic study. Where do we want to put this? The number one thing for them is foot traffic, right? So you need to there need to be people going there every day. So when you have a warehouse, flex building, whatever you want to call it, where people are going there for their jobs, that's actually a great location to put day-to-day services in. So you want to put your Chipotle, you want to put your pharmacy, you want to put your UPS, places that people need to go every day, because the foot traffic is like mutually beneficial to both of those projects.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question on this. And just looking at the map, why is the retail space the furthest away from the freeway and the exit? If they wanted foot traffic and et cetera?
So the reason for that is that we envisioned a development of the Danny Thomas Ranch property, and we were hoping that that's something that will actually be able to come to fruition. So in laying everything out, we were hoping, and fingers crossed that it still happens, that people would be able to go to the park and would be able to, go to the amphitheater, see a movie in the park on a Friday night, or have their kids' soccer tournaments. And if you're having weekend tournaments or you're going to a movie in a park on a Friday night, you want to go pick up some brews across the street, right? If you're going to run to Target because, you need orange slices for the team, you want that to be right across the way. Kind of in talking to the community, this isn't a small park. This isn't a small private park in a neighborhood. This is a destination park. This is a park where you'll be able to have weekend tournaments, week-long tournaments, and people really come into the community. So if you're going to have people using the park on a regular basis, we certainly want the amenities to be walkable, that you could walk across the street and go pick up whatever you need to have a picnic and have a great day. So we thought it made sense for the commercial to be right there. In addition, when you plan zoning, you try to plan less intensive uses, especially as you get further east. We didn't do this in a vacuum. We know that you have the high school further east and you have more, the uses get less intense. So we really wanted to buffer the industrial project with the commercial before you transition into other uses. So it wasn't industrial butting up against those uses on the east side.
Thank you. Sure, of course. Yeah.
So this goes to staff. As a planner, as a city planner, does that make sense?
So I hear what they're saying and appreciate the stepping down the zoning, so to speak, from the industrial to the commercial, moving towards the park and the few scattered residents that are there on the south side of Cherry Valley Boulevard. However, I think a lot of the community has spoken tonight and acknowledged that the general plan and zoning in that area is residential. Because when we did the general plan, we recognized that it's theoretically adjacent residential on 3 sides. And so that's why it is the way it is. Now, dynamics have changed with what the county allowed to happen across the street. And so now it's a different conversation. It's a conversation of, does the residential remain and, people buy houses next to residential, or do we put something, commercial or industrial across from something commercial or industrial? So it's somewhat of a mixed bag, but in reality, the general plan and zoning are set that way for a reason. Prior to the industrial taking place across the street, it was residential.
Thank you.
For the developer, and I don't know if this can be answered tonight, but obviously we've heard a lot about traffic, and if this project was approved, are you able to start the construction of the roadway and the interchange before you turn any dirt on the project, and complete the interchange before occupancy of the warehouse?
So that's a tough question to answer, mainly because that doesn't really depend on us. What we've offered to do is make the financing available so that the timeline that the lead agencies have for that project is not delayed because they're waiting for funds to come in from fair share fees. We know that the DEIR is circulated and is up for review in winter of 2022, this winter. So I guess what I'm saying is we can't move faster than their CEQA and design process calls for. So, for example, it wouldn't make sense for us to finance $50 or $60 million today for something that isn't going to be used because they're not starting construction for 3 years. But if they were able to start construction tomorrow, which they're not, but if they were, then yes. So we're going to make the financing available just to not slow down that timeline, because right now they have a timeline of 2023, 2024 completion of design and 2024, 2025 construction. But that is only if the financing becomes available, which is very pie in the sky. I mean, you saw the Sunny Cal specific plan. If we were to build those homes, we would only be contributing $1.5 million to a $60 million interchange. So you could see how over time you need a heck of a lot of projects to go vertical to get fair share fees to pay for improvements that cost $60 million.
Based on what we know of the budget that's been collected for that project and the fair share fees that have been made available for the project, there still remains a significant deficit, the biggest of which contribution was from the project across the street. However, based on the timing of how much has been collected over the span of the project, now about 2 years in the making, we project a fairly long and difficult timeline ahead for the residents who suffer as a result of the failing of that interchange.
So how many years are we looking at for the development of that interchange then?
So the current timeline is forecasted at published on their website is a completion of the design process in 2024. However, it states explicitly that that depends on additional funding.
Right.
Now, that's just to complete design. I think it is clear enough to us that the construction funding will prohibit the start of construction for likely many years to come. However, as Christina said, the City of Calimesa and Caltrans are responsible for the facilitation and design of that interchange project, and we can only influence that to a small degree.
So how many, I guess it would be, what's the projected completion date for this project? And then I would want to know what the projected completion date for the improvements for the for the off-ramps intersection would be, and how long the residents would have to live with the additional truck traffic without the improvements.
So this project states in the EIR studies that it would complete and pull permits in mid-2023, and that the first phase of construction would last for about 18 months, meaning the completion of that is projected for close to the end of 2024, or more likely the beginning of 2025. That would mean if we take the City of Riverside's published timeframes, with, as Christina said, start of construction potentially starting in 2023, all the way through to 2024, and a 24-month construction timeframe, we're looking at a completion of the interchange in 2025, possibly 2026, if their current timeframe is not, the gap is not closed by that financing mechanism that we've proposed. So the timing for the first phase of construction, where residents may have to live with the project at current published timeframes and studied of our EIR, is about a 1-year gap from completion of the project to completion of the interchange. But again, I just want to reiterate that the financing mechanism would enable further closing and also mitigate the potential for that interchange project to drag out longer than necessary.
And if the homes were built, the interchange probably isn't getting done for a very, very long time.
We've said decades, but it would be unfair to put a pin in exactly when that'll happen.
What's the percentage of the financing that you guys are putting up for that interchange? What's the total cost, and what percentage are you guys financing or putting into the pot?
So the total cost is $50 to $60 million all in. We met with the city of Calamasa, who's the lead agency on this project. They, based on memory, so I'm going to be close, they spent about $3 to $4 million on the commissioning of the DEIR report, and that was about what they had collected to date. The San Gorgonio project had contributed, I believe, something in the single-digit millions. Our project is, we have a 25% fair share, so it's about 12 million? It's about $12 million. And that's not financing, that's just fair share fee that's our fair share contribution. We wouldn't get that money back, that's us paying about 20 to 25% of the interchange.
And to add to Christina's recollection, the amount that's been collected outside of San Gorgonio project was less than the amount collected by the San Gorgonio project. So if memory serves, around 8 million was collected in fair share by the San Gorgonio project. Let's say, for example, that 6 million was collected in other development projects. That makes 14 million. Our project makes 12. That's $26 million toward a $60 million cost.
So I'm going to jump in here just because we're talking about the interchange before I move on. For city staff here, do we know what phase they're at with Calamasa? Are they in PSR or are they in PAED? Do we know? It's not our jurisdiction, so I know you're not intimately familiar with it, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not aware of that. Maybe Jeff Hart does.
Ah.
Good evening, Chairman Smith, Commissioners. Jeff Hart, Public Works Director. So I've recently discussed with Calamasa, they are wrapping up the PAED phase.
Okay.
They're hoping to adopt an environmental document in the next few months. They have a preferred local alternative. And then my understanding is that they are currently pending under contract with Michael Baker for the PSNE. But the timelines projected seem about right. We're looking at maybe 2 years from the end of the calendar year. And this project is largely unfunded, at least from a construction perspective. It's got a maximum eligibility of about 35 in the TUMP calculations, but clearly there's nowhere near that revenue in the pass zone.
Right. So their PSE, that's about a 2-year process to get through with Caltrans on that.
Just about 24
End of
months.
calendar year, that's end of 23, so you're end of 25 to finish design. Then you accomplish funding and construction, you're really closer to 27 before the interchange is done.
Yeah, I mean, they could theoretically, if they can get the PSNE kicked off by the end of the year, they'd be looking at completion around the end of 24, maybe breaking ground early 25 on a fairly, good clip, aggressive pace.
That's optimistic too with Caltrans.
Right, yeah, it is. And that's the 2 years. I mean, that's pretty typical throughout the state is what we're seeing, about 2 years for PAED and about 2 years for PSNE.
Yeah, and about 18 months for construction once funding's been identified.
No, this is probably, with the, if the preferred alternative goes through, we're maybe looking at separate, so construction of one side of the bridge, flip everybody over to demo and construct the other side of the bridge. So I would think at least, 30, 36 months.
30, 36, okay, thank you. And then the contribution for that, the fair share agreement, I have a question for city attorney at this point. So being that the fair share is for an improvement that's not within our jurisdiction, it's within the county and the city of Calamasa, how do we write a condition of approval to ensure that certain contributions are made?
I think that a condition of approval could be imposed, that fair share be paid to the city of Calamasa. I don't know if there is such a condition at this time, but it certainly could be added to the conditions of approval if that were appropriate. Has that been discussed at all?
So we do, yeah, we've got conditions in here. So we do have, prior to occupancy, let's see. For the map, prior to acceptance of any, which one am I reading, Jeff? Oh. At the intersection of Berkside Avenue and Beaumont Avenue, the applicant shall deposit with the city a fair share contribution for 14.3%. Is that what I'm? Okay, so they're all in there for the improvements.
Right, and they're pretty much all fair share. So there's several identified improvements in a similar fashion would be the same for improvements we're looking at for the interchange.
And fair share costs are in addition to whatever the frontage improvements and TUMP responsibilities are?
But the fair share percentage that you're seeing in conditions, and then the traffic impact analysis are for improvements recommended in the traffic impact analysis. Are not necessarily consistent with the overall interchange. They are consistent with adding turn lanes, adding signalization, modifications to improve the functionality of the interchange, but not contribute towards the construction of a new interchange.
So the conditions of approval as they're written there, where they say to add turn lanes on the off ramps, add the median turn lanes getting on and off the freeway, and add the traffic signals. The fair share would be 14 or whatever the percentage is.
Yeah,
I don't have that in front of me. Yeah, I don't have that in front of me, so it's just whatever. But
right, there's fair share towards Oak Valley. There's fair share towards several intersections.
Okay.
So it's,
So the 12 million they're saying is not for the interchange, is a percentage is for the interchange, and then a percentage is for all the other streetlights, turn signals that they're gonna be adding, correct?
So we have not had anything to be able to vet the potential cost for this. I think that's probably, a internal calculated number. And I don't know that it's off, but I would say that the valuation of whatever the estimation of those improvements are have not been vetted or reviewed necessarily by city staff. Everything is fairly high level right now, and it's as conceptual as you see. To add a turn lane, add a turn pocket, we don't have necessarily specific details to hone in those costs. So I don't have any way to verify at this time anyways the $12 million. If the $12 million is figure that it's being stated is what they projected for those fair share of the improvements, I don't know if that's true. Or if that includes not only the improvements, but the summation of their impact fees as well.
so if we're looking at the fair share and what this contribution is, but we don't have projects that have been vetted with costs on them, and we're issuing conditions or recommending potentially for conditions of approval to build these projects, at what stage will we have the ability to go through, verify that funding, and update what that fair share percentage
So for this,
is?
right, it'd be a fulfillment of before we would. These are map conditions, so it's a percentage, and we list them as a percentage because the valuation of those improvements can change over time, right? So nothing is making them record the map prior to. Nothing is making them record it's going to make them record the map. So it would be the percentage whenever they went to go pay it prior to them actually doing this report.
Okay.
It would be calculated based off an estimate that they would provide and we would review.
So prior to any grading permit or building permit being issued, detailed cost estimates would need to be provided for the intersections that are going to be required as mitigation for the project.
Right.
And then the certain percentage would be required to be deposited based on what those detailed plans and cost estimates would be.
Right, their fair share of percentages that were identified in the traffic impact analysis.
And to the extent this helps, we have engaged with the city of Calamasa with some knowledge of staff in entering into an agreement to provide those fair share contributions. And as our consultant from Kimley Horton just explained to me, the analysis of 12 million was based on a $60 million estimate, and the 3 interchanges that are evaluated in the traffic impact study, an average of those 3. So it's a conceptual figure based on the $60 million budget.
Right.
And so just, as I mentioned,
But your project is not, based on your traffic impact analysis, your project is not required to actually make the interchange improvement.
Nope.
It's required to make certain improvements to the interchange.
Correct.
Such as the traffic signals and so forth.
Correct.
So the contribution that would go direct to the interchange project in the future would be more through your regional transportation fees versus a direct deposit by anybody else for what that ultimate cost of the interchange would be.
And if by regional transportation fees, you mean some sort of mechanism for us to convey that cost to the agencies who are conducting the construction?
Well, the regional fee would be through the TUMF program.
Through the TUMF program, right, which we had expected would require an agreement between us and the governing agencies conducting the project, the interchange project.
Right. So with, in Cherry Valley Boulevard, that is a TUMF, that is on the TUMF network, correct?
Yeah, it is, and it's got a maximum eligibility of about 35. Without a credit agreement, though, there's nothing to state that the TUMF funds that are remitted by the development of the applicant would actually go to that improvement, right? So,
Right.
I think you remember the breakdown. What about 47% goes to the TUMF program, which would stay in the zone. 47 goes to RCTC, and then there's a remaining of 5 for some admin, and some goes to RTA. But it would go to the zone. If there was a credit agreement, then yeah, you could. If you had a credit agreement for that specific improvement, you could holistically go towards that.
But Cherry Valley Boulevard, outside the interchange, the actual roadway segment, that is considered on the TUMF network as well as
I believe it is
reimbursable?
on the the local network. I don't have that in front of me. But
And then Brook,
yeah,
and
so-
then, okay, I'll go over that
Yeah,
question.
I believe Cherry Valley is on the network.
So that would be eligible for credit for facilities constructed in lieu of fee.
Right, if they build them in accordance with their requirements, prevailing wage and things like that, their Cherry Valley Boulevard frontage improvements, they could get those credited towards their TUMP fees.
So any deposit, if the required TUMP fee is $12 million, let's say. And then there's $8 million to actually build frontage improvements on Cherry Valley Boulevard, that'd be $4 million to the program, which is then divided between regional programs for Western Riverside County and then programs within the pass area itself. Assuming that we're not overcommitted already in the past and already have agreements in excess of funding available, that money would go to other people who already have agreements for other facilities that have already been constructed.
Yeah, so credit agreements are a little different. You can utilize, up to the share itself. Reimbursement agreements are obviously going to be subjected to the amount of revenue available in the zone.
Could a TUMF agreement be written, to dedicate whatever remaining funds are to the ultimate freeway interchange program, or since that's in an early stage, is that not really done by WRCOG at this point?
For their contribution to go towards the ultimate Cherry Valley interchange improvements, yeah, I think that there's potential to do a credit agreement for that.
Okay.
Can I jump in here real quick, since we're talking about Cherry Valley? This seems like a good time to let you know what the city of Calamasa has commented on as well, since they're the lead agency on that project. City of Calamasa submits that the applicant shall implement all traffic mitigation measures identified in the approved traffic impact analysis and the approved initial study and EIR prepared for this project, which is what's before you tonight. Traffic signals proposed in the city of Calamasa shall be justified with a warrant study consistent with the California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices Manuals, MUTCD 2014. Regarding I-10 Cherry Valley Boulevard interchange, if Caltrans approves the ultimate improvements prior to the issuance of the first building permit for the project, applicant shall participate in the construction of ultimate improvements in collaboration with the City of Calamasa and City of Beaumont. The ultimate improvements include bridge reconstruction and ramp improvements together with the realignment of Calamasa Boulevard. The cities intend to construct these improvements in 2 phases. Phase 1, Calamasa Boulevard realignment, and Phase 2, interchange construction. Interchange, including Calamasa Boulevard realignment, fair share funding, which is in the TIA Fair Tables 13 through 15, shall be paid through appropriate and sufficient City of Beaumont required development fees and TUMF and other sources as required. Or if Caltrans has not approved the ultimate improvements prior to the issuance of first building permit for the project, applicant shall construct a specified list of proposed interim improvements. These include, for I-10 eastbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard, install a traffic signal, add a westbound left turn lane, and add an eastbound right turn lane, and add a southbound right turn lane. Number 2, for I-10 westbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard, install a traffic signal, add a northbound left turn lane, add an eastbound left turn lane, and a westbound right turn lane. And number 3, for Calamasa Boulevard at Cherry Valley Boulevard, add a second eastbound through lane and a second westbound through lane and install a traffic signal. Or pay the City of Calamasa an equivalent fee if improvements are constructed by others. Again, fair share funding shall be paid through the appropriate and sufficient City of Beaumont required development fees and TUMF and other sources as required. Funds shall be used for right-of-way acquisitions and constructions. That was submitted by Kelly Lucia, the planning manager, City of Calamasa.
Okay. So will we be wrapping those conditions as part of our conditions then?
That would be staff's recommendation to commission, would be to include the City of Calamasa's request as conditions of approval in your recommendation to City Council, whichever way that may be.
Sorry, I figure we're talking interchange, so I just wanted to.
So I still got a little bit of questions on the interchange, since you're saying that we're still probably, finances-wise, we're still under 50%, correct? And if finances are not due or are acquired by 2026, how much more years are we gonna get there if we are not there yet, even with the contribution that you guys are bringing in? Or how's that gonna come to pass? Is it gonna happen if you guys are, if we're still at just 20 or under 50% of the finances needed for that interchange, it's still not funded, it's still not getting done, correct? You said if you guys didn't put the financing, that it was gonna slow down the project, but you guys are only putting 25% into the pot, so we're still not gonna be financing it. So how is it getting done?
You want to speak?
Yeah. So I want to make sure I'm answering the right question, so if I'm not, just stop me. So there is a part of the interchange that we're funding and a part of the interchange that we're willing to step up and finance. So the funding portion is our fair share. That is a payment. It's a payment, it's a TUMF eligible payment, right? That's the $12 million. Our fair share impact percentage is 20%. 20% of about a $60 million interchange, which is what's published, is $12 million. So provided all the math works out, when we go to strike that check, and that's still the cost of those constructions, that is our funding that we don't get back. And that is usually what's required by developers, right? That you pay your fair share. So when we were listening to the community about traffic and it was brought up, hey, can we get creative and do something about the interchange so that they don't have to wait for more projects to go vertical and to collect more fair share fees and more TUMP fees? That could take 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, I know land that the Mid-County Parkway is supposed to run through, and the Mid-County Parkway has been going on for a very long time because it's not financed, right? So, so we said, hey, listen, we can provide financing. We act as a bank, right? It could be in the form of, we haven't started talking structure yet. We're open to it. It's obviously going to have to be a mutually agreed upon structure and payback period, but it's essentially a zero interest loan where the agencies, as they need the money, we provide the construction draws essentially, so that they don't have to wait, so that they're not sitting there being like, all right, well, we have the EIR approved, but the architects and engineers and to design it cost X, and we have to wait for that money to come in or get allocated, right? Or maybe you have the designs, maybe the designs actually do get done in 2024 or 2025, but of course the lion's share of that 60 million is the construction, which you can't hire contractors and be like, well, we can only pay you for the first 4 months, right? You have to wait until you have all of the money so you can pay to actually build it. So we are just making that available, that financing available, essentially without a timeline, and so that it gets paid back, so that we're the group that gets paid back over time, and your residents don't have to wait 25 years or 5 years or 10 years. Like I said, I don't want to mislead anyone. It's hard to put a date on exactly how long because it depends on what projects get approved and what projects go vertical, right? But we know it would be a long time for that financing to come in. So again, we're kind of acting like a bank. We're saying we're ready, the money is here, so you guys can not stop your process.
So that's very noble, but if I can't draw a nexus between a technical study saying that these are the requirements that you're required to put in, how can I write a condition of approval saying that you are now required to finance an interchange if there's no technical lead between the two of them?
So I don't think it's a condition of approval legally. And again, I know we have some legal experts in the room, so if you disagree with me, please stand up. But I don't think it's enforced via a condition of approval. It's probably enforced via a separate fee credit agreement that that the lead agencies, RCTC, us, and you guys would be party to. So we are just publicly saying, obviously this is in a public forum, that we are willing to do it if we can all work together and come up with an agreement.
So you're willing to, but if you bought the project from someone else, if you were to sell it, what's to hold that person accountable to the same thing? It sounds great, but if I don't have something in front of me saying that here's the agreement, that we're all going to proceed with this, how am I to trust in 2 or 3 years that it's going to actually be done?
Fair point. So that means we have to get the agreement executed. We have to get the agreement done and executed, and maybe we can talk about a timeline to do that. Like I said, it's the right thing to do. So we stepped up, we got creative, and we said, we're willing to do it. Tell us what you need from us.
Yeah, just to be clear, no such agreement is part of the package of documents that are before you tonight, and I haven't been approached to draft or comment on such an agreement at this time.
I hope you're ready, because you will. We hope so, at least.
Any other questions on the interchange at this point?
I have other traffic questions.
So we'll come back. Let's see, it's 9:30. Does anybody need a quick break or recess?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so we're gonna take a quick pause at this point, and we'll reconvene in, well, I mean, it's gonna take about 10, so we'll say 10 minutes. All right, we're back up. All right. So we'll reconvene this, continue with the questioning. Commissioner Stevens, did you have any additional questions?
I think I'm okay for this.
Okay. Commissioner Black.
Okay. Thank you. So you talked about the revenue added to the city. Can you explain a little bit more about what and how you made those calculations?
Yes.
So we had a independent third party put together a fiscal impact study for this project, which we provided to the city as a part of the file. Is that accurate? Our fiscal impact analysis? Yes, as a part of the file for this project. So those figures came directly from that. Valuation assumptions. So there are annual, for the Summit Station project, there are annual recurring revenues of $2.5 million with annual recurring expenses of about $1.169 million. And that's what generates the annual recurring surplus of $1.33 million. Again, and then relative to the Sunny Cal plan, the Sunny Cal plan has $907,000 of annual recurring revenues, mainly in the form of property taxes. And then it has annual recurring expenditures of $1.1 million. And that mainly has to do with maintaining the public right-of-way that runs from Cherry Valley Boulevard onto Brookside Ave. In our project, our spine road is a private right-of-way that we are maintaining. So the city doesn't have the cost of maintaining that. So with the $1.1 million of expenditures relative to the $900,000 of revenue from the homes, that is how the Sunny Cal plan generates a $200,000 deficit annually. I'm trying to see if I can pull out.
Those revenues are further broken down. Those revenues are further broken down in the report as to what makes up the.
Here they go.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so that comprises I'll just speak to the Summit Station project. The revenues come from sales and use tax, transient occupancy tax, property tax in lieu vehicles license fees, the general fund property tax, and then miscellaneous other revenues.
Okay. And do those numbers make sense, staff?
Much like with the other numbers that were provided, it's not something that we've thoroughly vetted. But generally speaking, residential does take more than it gives, just because of how services are provided. Some of the newer projects that have been in have included a CFD for public safety, which has helped offset some of that cost, essentially by just passing it on to the homeowner that purchases in that particular development. So, but generally speaking, yes, we don't see the call for service and the demand for service out of commercial or industrial like we do for residential.
Okay, thank you. Also, if we can go back to the park. So somewhere I heard $10 million for the park, and is that going to build that park? Are we looking at the multiple, are we looking at baseball and softball fields, and soccer and football fields, and all of the amenities? Or is that just a pipe dream and we're looking at small pieces of that?
Sure. So the world is your oyster to a certain extent. We have the City of Beaumont and the Parks and Recs District have executed an MOU that would allow them to work together on the management and development of the park. And we have submitted an MOU that says that that is being reviewed, that we are willing to construct the improvements in the park up to $10 million. So basically whatever programming can go into the park up to $10 million is what we'll provide. We are not dictating what the park looks like, what is included in the park. That will be purely based on the governance of the Parks and Recs District, the City of Beaumont, and the desire of all of its residents.
Okay, that was a more explanatory answer. Up to $10 million is what you're willing to provide. To build that park could cost significantly more.
So we took that figure from what are the ball fields called? The Field of Dreams. Someone has to know. The parks that model the ball fields off of Big League Dreams. Thank you. So we modeled it off of Big League Dreams parks. There was one that was just constructed in Paris. So obviously those Big League Dreams parks, I mean, it looks like downtown Disney, right? You not only have the replica of Fenway or whatever, but you also have restaurants and concessions and all of that. So I think the one that was constructed in Paris cost $11 million. So this, obviously, we're not creating a downtown Disney. This is meant to just be a public park. But the programming that we implemented and that we showed, the dog parks, the baseball fields, the multi-use fields, the soccer fields, the walking path, the amphitheater, all of that roughly fits within a $10 million budget. One of those fields cost about $1 million to build.
And does that include leveling all that land out there?
Andrew's our technical development expert, yeah.
It would be my opinion that the $10 million would include grading of those fields. To the extent that there are vertical improvements made within that $10 million, I don't think that we could state that that would cover the world.
And I want you to know, it's not our intention to shortchange the park and only build the half of the park that we're pitching. We are open to, once there's a programmatic design, figuring out what that's going to cost and have people price that out and work with them on that. That's the goal.
Okay.
Right. So the Danny Thomas Park itself, it's not in our city limit, it's not within our sphere of influence. It's not a parks district that's overseen by the city. So there again, any of the park impact fees that we have a nexus, we have a study for that we can actually draw an impact from would not be contributed to that. That would go to the city parks. So again, I ask questions similar to the interchange. Without an MOU, how do I have a guarantee that that money is going to go there? And, I don't see a way that, again, we can condition that there's a deposit that's being made for a facility where there's not a direct nexus that's being drawn.
We're going to have our attorney, who has drafted all of the MOUs, speak to what we've done so far.
I'll be brief. I agree with you, Chairman, about the nexus problem, but let me make a suggestion. In our environmental impact report, one of the permits that we've identified is a development agreement. And let me suggest that you consider conditioning us to submit a development agreement to the City Council for review and completion and approval that would have a mechanism spelled out to the satisfaction of the city and to us that would provide a legally binding agreement for us to do what we've said we will do. Both with respect to the interchange and the park.
Thank you.
I think that would address it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now, I know that recently there's a park in Temecula. It was about $12 million an acre, or I'm sorry, $12 million per 10 acres to build that park. This is 123 acres. So I'm not sure that $10 million, even with that, we don't have the ability to draw a direct line there. But I think it's a decent down payment. But I'm not sure how much it builds.
And what's rendered in the presentation?
Well,
go ahead.
I'm just spouting off there. Again, I don't think that we have a direct line to draw it. So absent a development agreement where there's a discussion as part of that as a mitigation measure with a direct nexus, I'm not sure that we should kind of continue down this line of questions with the park.
Okay.
So we've seen and talked about the interchange. I'd also like to review the other traffic mitigations that you are going to take care of, because we have significant traffic issues everywhere. So minus the interchange, which is, we all know is down the road, what are we looking at as a timeline for the other mitigations? And then, staff, if we could look at what Sunny Cal is offering as traffic mitigations as well, that would be helpful. So if you could.
Awesome, great. We might have our traffic expert join us in answering your questions, so we'll tag team it as it's appropriate to get you the information that you need.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Trevor Briggs, traffic engineer, Kinley Horn and Associates for the project. With regards to the improvements, we did run an analysis. We looked at what intersections were deficient, and we provided improvements that would offset the project delay to pre-project delay or to an acceptable level of service. And to that, we provided a fair share calculation based on the growth and the cumulative project traffic, along with the project traffic, developed a fair share. And then those payments would be paid to the city or through TUMP fees to construct those improvements when they come online. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, I would like to know the specifics of what you're looking at.
I think she wants the specific improvements.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Yes, I think
would
she
it be,
wants to list them.
would it be helpful if I went through the proposed conditions for Summit Station comparatively with what was proposed for Sunny Cal? So that way you can have.
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
All right. So, and tech team, feel free to weigh in if yeah. Okay, so we'll start with the I-10 eastbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard. So for Summit Station, it's proposed to install a traffic signal, add a westbound left turn lane, eastbound right turn lane, and a southbound right turn lane. Eastbound at Cherry Valley Boulevard, same thing for the Sunny Cal project, is also install a traffic signal. They are only then constructing a southbound right turn lane and a westbound left turn lane. So no eastbound turn lane would be included, as opposed to with Summit Station, there would also be an eastbound turn lane. For the westbound ramps at Cherry Valley Boulevard, for Summit Station, it's again a traffic signal, northbound left turn, eastbound left turn, and westbound right turn. So signal in 3 turns. For the for the Sunny Cal residential, it's traffic signal and then eastbound left turn lane and westbound right turn lane. So you don't have the northbound lane on this one. And then we move on to, let's see. Eastbound ramps at Oak Valley Parkway. So for the Summit Station project, I-10 eastbound ramps at Oak Valley Parkway have a second southbound left turn lane, second eastbound through lane, and a second westbound through lane. For the Sunny Cal project, your eastbound ramps at Oak Valley, you have a southbound left turn lane, a westbound left turn lane, and there's already traffic signal there now, so that would be something that would matter. And in case commission is interested or anybody watching at home, I'm looking at page 9 and 10 of the staff report, if it's easier to follow. Then there are some other improvements on Calamasa Boulevard at Cherry Valley Boulevard. So the Summit Station project has a second eastbound through lane and a second westbound through lane and install a traffic signal. And the Sunny Cal project requires also installation of a traffic signal and then construction of an eastbound turn lane. So again, one less movement lane, but still the signal, which, let's see.
So that's essentially the turn lanes on the bridge.
Right.
But not the additional lanes on the ramps themselves.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And then there are some additional improvements for the Sunny Cal project that do differ. So because they were going to take access from Brookside Avenue, which I might add is contingent upon their condition in the project, which would require them also to apply for a stream bed alteration permit and whatnot. So again, no guarantee at this point, as the consulting team for the applicant mentioned earlier, that laws have changed, regulations have changed as far as dealing with jurisdictional waters and things like that, to the point that they would have to apply, and since they haven't pulled any permits, they would be obligated to meet today's standard. But if there was access on Brookside Avenue, there would be constructing Brookside at its ultimate half-width section to meet the general plan requirement. And then Cherry Valley Boulevard, the same thing. So its ultimate half section at an arterial highway. So less improvements on Cherry Valley Boulevard itself than what the Summit Station project would bring. And then Summit Station also, as you can see in page 10 of the staff report, has some additional mitigation further to the east, like at Hannon Road, at Union Street, at Nancy Avenue, even at Oakview Drive and Oak Valley Parkway, much further away. There are street improvements, adding additional lanes, and then at Union and at Hannon, both calling for a traffic signal to be installed and whatnot. Those mitigations are not included as part of the Sunny Cal project.
What traffic improvements is the warehouse across the street already going to be doing? Or are they the same? They're doing any type of?
So we did not approve that. I am not, I mean, the conditions of approval are public and we have them, and there's probably 80 pages of conditions. They were conditioned to do improvements. I cannot speak to the extent of what those improvements would be.
The only thing that I know of, because I drive that all the time, is they have one lane, the length of the building.
Yeah, you're widening, right?
Right, but
they're gonna widen it.
there's strictly one lane in front of the building.
Right, there's
So it's
frontage
like
improvements that are
now
required.
three lanes there.
There's frontage improvements required for any project that builds. You have to be
Right.
required to improve your
And
frontage.
it
Yeah,
does not
I would
appear that they're
imagine
doing anything else.
I would imagine that the interchange and intersection improvements are probably similar in nature, where there's a fair share cost that's attributed to it.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely. And that's common practice.
Yeah.
So, but I just couldn't speak to whether or not they're required to extend the full width. I would imagine only they're half width on the north side, since technically somewhere in that area, center line of Cherry Valley, part of it is Beaumont and part of it is the county right along this project. So, but what Chairman Smith said is pretty typical.
Scott, I'm going to put you on the spot. Hildebrand, do you know what their mitigations were for the project across the street?
Just asking.
So I believe they had some.
I tried, sorry.
It's all right. Scott Hildebrandt with Albert A. Webb Associates, representing Exeter, also the engineer on the project across the street. So for the most part, that project is writing a check for their fair share improvements. They are doing their frontage, and they're doing a very small portion of other improvements outside of their frontage. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have two other questions for staff. Can you explain the banking of the dwellings?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
So in the staff report, it talks about SB 330, which was a Senate bill that was passed that requires now that any city in California that does rezoning from something that currently contains or is zoned for residential units must be able to recapture those units somewhere else in the city. So essentially, it's no net loss, right? The idea is to keep from losing the ability to meet our RENA goals or to make sure we have adequate housing. So what the city did in response to that, similarly to what the city of Moreno Valley did, was we adopted a program that's essentially a banking system. And so this project essentially is a good example. So there's, I think, roughly 500, we'll call it, homes that could occupy that site. And they're zoned for it already. So if this project is approved at city council, the zone would then change to something non-residential. So the city would essentially have to take those 500 units and put them in an imaginary housing bank that planning is responsible for monitoring and tracking. And then in the ordinance that adopted the program, we established guidelines for how those can be dispersed throughout the city. So we identified based on available land in the city and what those zonings are that overlay that land, what sites could accommodate additional units above what's already been addressed in the housing element and whatnot. So we identified that in traditional neighborhood, in multifamily zone, and in the mixed use zone, that there's some capacity there to be able to provide density bonuses from the bank. So a developer could come in and say they were applying to build 100 units in multifamily. Then they could potentially get a 15% density bonus based on what's available in the bank for them to pull from. So technically then they could get an extra 15 units to build on their project. And that would take 15 units from the bank, and then we only have to find a spot for 485 as opposed to 500, and we get an extra 15 units that are built in the city for residents or whoever to accommodate. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm happy to go into further detail or provide additional information, but that's essentially how the program will work.
Okay, so that's how the program works, and where do we stand with being able to absorb that number of dwellings?
So we
Within the city.
identified the zones that could take it, and so those are established. We have not had a project come through yet. So if this gets approved by city council and moves forward, then this would be the first project that we would have deposit houses into the bank, and we would go from there. We would see we'll monitor and track if people utilize the bonus opportunity. If not, then it would be up to us to make tweaks to the program accordingly to try and still meet the intent of what SB 330 wants.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up on that matter. So, in regards to SB 330, I like the idea of having the bank. I think that the law, as it was written, was overly restrictive with the concurrence about two parcels needing to exchange with that. But my concern with that is that the bank plan, has that been tested or vetted by anybody at this point? Or could Beaumont potentially be the test case?
We could be the first one. It has not been tested in the courts that I'm aware of. Moreno Valley and, I can't remember, there's another city that's done something similar. We looked at Moreno Valley's. Theirs had not been tested by the court at the time, although I know that several other cities were looking to them as well as the model, because obviously they're doing a lot more of this than we are, this type of change. So anyway, I have not heard that it's been tested. We could very well be the.
Well, I hope that it works, but.
Me too.
Because I think the rule itself is overly protective, but okay, thank you.
And I think I just have one more question. So we've talked about the override statements. Do we have the same issues with Sunny Cal as we do with Summit? And how do they compare? Are they?
So there was a statement of override for Sunny Cal as well, similarly to this one. So the city of Beaumont is part of the South Coast Air Quality Basin, and that basin, as it sits now, is currently in non-attainment, which means, and it has been for at least a decade, if not longer, any project that would come through at this level with an EIR that had impacts, regardless of the extent of mitigation, And honestly, even if no other project was ever built or no other car was ever driven on the road, the basin still sits at non-attainment. So that just means we cannot meet the current air quality thresholds that have been established by CARB and AQMD.
If I may, so with respect to the statement of overriding considerations, which we knew would have to be the case because we have some significant impacts, we did some analysis that I want to make sure is impressed upon you. One, we separated the phases, the industrial phase and the commercial phase, to say, okay, where are these impacts coming from? Are these impacts really coming from the trucks? Is it all about the trucks? Or is it coming from the retail or the commercial? And what we found out, which we showed in our EIR, is that if you're just evaluating the industrial piece, you actually wouldn't have a significant unavoidable impact, that just the industrial piece actually fell under the significance thresholds. And because really a lot of the air quality and greenhouse gas and frankly traffic impacts came from car trips. And the commercial parcel generates an overwhelming majority number of car trips because cars with diesel engines generate greenhouse gas emissions, just the same as trucks. So when we separated the two, we realized that the commercial parcel was actually the trigger for the air quality and greenhouse gas emissions and traffic impact. Because if you go look at the trips, that's really where it's coming from. So we hope that you guys will consider that even though those impacts are being tripped by the commercial parcel, that the commercial parcel is a huge benefit to the community and that it makes the project better by having it. If we just propose 3 warehouses and no commercial, I think that's a worse project. I think having amenities and shopping and restaurants and places for people to go, that the economic benefit of the presence of those amenities is worth the statement of overriding consideration. And further, on air quality and greenhouse gas, as I said, CEQA puts a burden on, legally, it puts a burden on the lead agency and developers when you have a significant unavoidable impact to go above and beyond what is required by law in terms of your mitigation. When we picked our mitigation measures, we read the Attorney General's recommended warehouse best practices. We had read CARB's comment letters to other similar projects that had recently submitted EIRs, and we took all of their mitigation measures, we implemented them, and then we said, okay, let's go above and beyond. And that's where things like the photocatalytic concrete came from, and fleet upgrade financing came from, where we're giving tenants money and we're saying, go upgrade your fleet to electric trucks, and we're gonna give you money to do that, right? So if we had taken credit for those things, we put a lot of cutting edge technology and thought and innovative programming into this that we didn't take credit for because legally, an EIR is a legal document, and we wanted to be very conservative under CEQA. We didn't want to be accused of putting in some technology that didn't have CEQA precedent. So we did not take credit for all of those additional mitigations above and beyond what was required. But had we taken credit, for example, the photocatalytic concrete that has been shown in instances in Florida, Ohio, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, in real life scenarios to reduce carbon and nitrogen emissions by 20 to 50% in the surrounding environment, we would not have had a significant impact. But like I said, the reason that you're seeing that significant impact is because we wanted to be hyper conservative and consistent with CEQA precedent when this got evaluated in court. But please know that we did include other innovative mitigation measures that we believe overall will not create, in real life, will not create a significant impact, but we just didn't want to take credit for it in our EIR because those new technologies did not have precedent in the legally approved models.
Thank you. And I believe that we talked that report was reviewed by our staff.
Yes, so the draft EIR, all the technical studies was approved by the city's peer review consultant. That is the consultant that the city hires that acts as an extension of staff. Carol and I are the entire planning department, and so we don't have necessarily staff time or technical expertise in every area to be able to review a DEIR or anything like that in completion enough to be making sure that it's doing what it needs to do. So yes, that was reviewed by our peer review consulting team.
Okay. And just one other point about that. Those things are in your plan, so you're obligated, if we approve the plan, you're obligated to make that happen. We can hold you accountable.
Correct.
for that.
Those are
Okay.
mitigation measures in the EIR. We just didn't take credit for them in the modeling of the reduction of the emissions. So they're just added bonus. And really, we wanted to give the city and everyone that is considering this project a little bit of ammo to say, why should we accept a statement of overriding consideration? Because, typically those aren't accepted. You have to have a reason to do it. You have to believe that the project's benefits outweigh the impact. So we wanted to provide benefits that would outweigh the impact.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bedoya?
Hello, good evening. So we did hear a lot of public comment in opposition to this, and you said that there was some, you had letters of support from the community. So I just want to ask, how much communication to the community was that this was primarily an industrial space? And do you have letters of support that this is for a primarily industrial space? And then I know you talked about the retail, commercial, and then potentially the park. Do you have letters that say that? There was a lot of, I didn't hear anyone, I think it was one person from the community came here and spoke in support of it. So
we canvassed 1,000 homes in the area. There was one community across Brookside that's gated, and we couldn't access it. We received 100 supporter cards. I thought the number was 14, but it may be 20 supporter videos. And in the communication, at the very top of the communication, it says lists the uses and 3 e-commerce buildings in the mailer, that both the mailer and the handouts and the script that was provided to the canvassing entity to engage with the community. As I said, you don't hear those 100 supporter cards read out or see the supporter videos in tonight's meeting, but I believe we are intending to submit those for review prior to City Council hearing.
Okay.
Can we see some of those mailers that you guys sent out to the homes?
We can.
I don't have them on my person right now, but someone's going to get them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then a lot of, I didn't see, a lot of the public comment, they are really concerned about having trucks on Brookside. And are you communicating that all the traffic is to Cherry Valley and not Brookside?
Yes, and
Because
this was critical to the design of the project. And this is something that, as a developer, it's exciting when you get to think through this and do it right. We knew we didn't want our spine road, which is called Street B in the plan, to go all the way to Brookside. We knew we wanted to terminate it and make it a private circulation road. So our project does not have any ingress or egress from Brookside Ave at all, and will not create truck traffic, cannot create truck traffic on Brookside Ave. So the next thing to that is, the next point is, well, that sounds great, but how can you assure me of that? So the approved truck route for our project is from the interchange to the entrance to our project, which is A Street and B Street. C Street is actually a auto only, right in, right out. So you only have A Street and B Street, which are the first 2 curb cuts. So up to B Street, between B Street and the interchange, is the only approved truck route. We will have signage, there will be fines. We learned that, so we did some research into this because I anticipated it because it's a fair question. So what happens if a truck driver were to turn right onto Cherry Valley Boulevard, which again, they're not allowed to do, and we will have signage and striped lanes showing them that they're not allowed to do that. A truck driver is susceptible to a personal fee of about $5,000. Their company incurs a fee of about a fine in excess of $10,000. And if you're cited by a police officer for making a right onto a truck route, onto a non-approved truck route as a truck driver, you can actually be you're cited as a misdemeanor. So truck drivers are really incentivized. They don't want to lose their job, right? We don't want to lose our jobs. They are really incentivized to not drive onto truck routes. It's not good for them. It's not good for their company, and they can get a misdemeanor on their record. So really, the only portion of Cherry Valley Boulevard or Brookside Ave that trucks will be driving on is interchange to entrance of project, back to interchange. There will be no truck traffic on Brookside Ave. There is nowhere to go. There is no way for the trucks to get back on the highway. It is not approved. Auto traffic from our project will not also go onto Brookside Ave. Employees coming to the project, off the interchange, into the project, heading back home, maybe getting back on the interchange. So, relative to the Sunny Cow plan that very clearly had a public street connecting Cherry Valley Boulevard to Brookside Ave, that's going to be a nightmare for the Stetson and Solera residents, having all of that car traffic, of which homes generate a lot, spill onto Brookside. That's problematic, and that's something we wanted to change, and we felt we needed to change from a traffic safety perspective. We absolutely did not want trucks to be able to get onto Brookside, so that's how it's designed.
So then just kind of following up on the interchange, the conditions to let you, get the building permits, it's just, all you have to do is the improvements, but not any construction. Is that correct?
Correct. So the conditions that are identified in the staff report, or I should say the improvements, which are also included as conditions, those would have to be put in regardless, prior to occupancy of.
They're actually on the map, so it's prior to recordation of the map.
There you go. So even
Because
sooner.
I was looking, and I was trying to figure out how they're gonna fit additional lanes even on Oak Valley. Where are they gonna fit this additional turn lanes, et cetera? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, well, most of those improvements too are, in fact, all those improvements are just a fair share of the construction for those. It's their proportionality to the increase in traffic, so depending on the improvements, some are 5%, some are 15, 20%. So that's, so as we were speaking earlier, it would be based on an engineer's estimate of the valuation of those improvements and then their percentage of that.
So the project's open in beginning of '25, so with the $12 million, we would have, and you said 26 million of the 60 million for the improvements on the bridges, right? That's what we're at. And then you are saying that you would finance
The shortfall.
if we could come to an agreement, but what I hear is if. And I'm really concerned because we do have an infrastructure problem. If you heard the citizens speak, we have an infrastructure problem. We have a traffic problem. And I'm hearing a big, I know when your project's gonna be done, but I have no idea right now, and no guarantee because of all of the other conversations going on, that it could be 2035 that these bridges are widened. That's what I don't want.
As far as the interchange goes, that's why I think the recommendation that we codify this promise in the development agreement is an excellent idea. So that you do have, I'm hearing what you're saying, which is how do we hold your feet to the fire to make sure that this gets done? So if we can codify that in the development agreement, that's something, oh my God, we're willing to do.
And beyond that, I would just say that those fair share contributions, which are triggered by the building permit, I think that inherently in that mechanism, development needs to happen in order for those interchanges to be funded at all. And so there is kind of a relationship between the construction of the project and the project having ever been completed if you take out the
Sure, and I
potential
can
for the
appreciate that we're
financing.
much closer than we would have been, but
Sure.
If we're still 10 years, that, like I said, that would be 10 years for the truck traffic for these people that live here, but.
And a significant detriment, not just to the community, but to the community which we will now be a part of, and the businesses that will need to operate off of that interchange. I mean, we are as motivated, if not more so, as you are to make sure that those improvements happen.
I think the bottom line is, these improvements total about, and again, we didn't pull $30 million from the sky. We had our traffic improvement consultants as well as our GCs throw rough numbers at these things. So it's close. It's a great ballpark number to use. But 12 million as our contribution to the interchange, and then 18 million in local signal lane, that sort of frontage, those sort of improvements. So $30 million of off-site traffic improvements for a project it's really significant, right? And it does go above, by offering the fare to finance the interchange, we are going, above and beyond our fair share. And that was mostly what we were trying to achieve here.
And then just my last question again about the park, and I don't know if you answered this all the way, but my thought was, who is going to run the park? Who's going to own it? It's not in the city of Beaumont, but we're going to say it's in part for the citizens of Beaumont.
Does the
How does that-
MOU, I don't want to, is Dan Husey?
Marquette was involved in drafting.
Yeah, you were involved in drafting the MOU.
I was.
So the MOU annex the park into the city of Beaumont? I don't want to speak out of turn. No.
No, it doesn't.
It allows Beaumont to work with the Parks District?
Well, my understanding is Beaumont has an MOU with I'll call it the Park District, and the park would be turned over to the Park District. And the Park District and the city would jointly manage and operate that park.
So
we would provide.
My
the
understanding
funding.
of that is that the park, as part of the gateway, has been turned over to the Parks District.
Yeah.
And we've just agreed to work with them, I think, in concept as far as facilities, but I don't think we have any
If we're-
oversight or review or any responsibility with that, do we?
If we're talking about the MOU between the Park District and the city, it is really just non-binding MOU, and it is a mechanism that was adopted or approved in order for the two agencies to start talking about annexation, and that's about as far as, but there's very clear terms in that the city would not generate any revenue, and I believe Dwayne is here, I don't know where he went, the general manager of the Park District, but if we're talking about the MOU between the city and the Park District, it is really limited. It's a non-binding MOU.
Will it ever mature into a binding agreement?
That is entirely up to the elected officials.
Okay, but it could. Our expectation is that it will, and our expectation also is that we'll be committed to do what Christina presented to you tonight and that I suggested we include within the development agreement.
In the second MOU, the two entities, that's Exeter and the Park District. And the second MOU would bind us both to the value of the improvements and to the maintenance of the park. That is currently before the Park District for approval as well.
So just in case the maintenance of the park got glossed over in my presentation, because I was really trying to stay to the 10 minutes. So what is in our MOU that we submitted to the Parks District is there's a section that speaks to a percentage of the rent revenues of the Summit Station project in the CC&Rs, essentially. So in the association for the Summit Station project, it would require that a percentage of the rent that the landlord collects from that project gets deposited into a trust fund that would maintain the park in perpetuity. So that way the park and the project kind of work together, and the project allows the park to continue to stay in great condition and for the continued maintenance of it. So it's not a one-time pay a fee, construct a swing set, and be gone. It's a continued symbiotic relationship whereby, it's really a partner and a feature and something that's connected to Summit Station and an amenity for the residents to use.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
Just knowing that the teeth of these agreements and the non-binding nature of them is a concern to staff, we had proposed that the development agreement, which is a binding mechanism, could be used to speak to both the obligations of the Danny Thomas Ranch commitment we've made and also that of the interchange.
The $60 million interchange.
And then just my final questions were about the money for the upgrades for electric trucks or the electric vehicles. If you did sell the project, would there be a mechanism to continue that?
So I like this one because I came up with this. Again, this is part of like our innovative programming, which innovative programming sounds great, but I know a big part of these mitigation measures is it puts a huge burden on the city. Administratively, someone has got to verify that it's being done. So not only does your mitigation measure have to be feasible, it has to be easily verifiable. I studied up. So I did. So the beauty about the fleet upgrade financing is that it's really easily verifiable because what we do is we include that like $1 per square foot of fleet upgrade financing, which again for a 2.6 million square foot project, it's $2.6 million. The commercial parcels will get it as well. Those tenants will get that money as well to use for their delivery trucks or whatnot. It's in their lease agreement. So before they get their business license and their C of O, it's very easy to see in the lease, is that $1 tenant improvement in the Exhibit C tenant improvement section? Check. Okay, you get your C of O. So it takes the burden off of you guys for how the hell are we going to verify that they're doing this? It's in the lease. So really easily verifiable way to make sure that that is being done.
And the mitigation measures.
Yes, and it's in the mitigation measures as well. So we're required to do it.
I just wanted to make a point. We're talking about the development agreement, and I just wanted to point out that there is no development agreement before the commissioners tonight. One has been circulated. It's gone between staff and the law firm and various law firms, but we don't have a development agreement here tonight that addresses these park and interchange funding issues.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment, and that's valid. We just came up on the fly with, hey, let's put it in the development agreement. That's a great idea. So I think that's something really productive that came out of this discussion. So that's how we'll move forward of it. We're here to innovate and figure out what the best way is to deliver these projects to you. These aren't meant to be fluffy promises and statements that don't have any teeth. We want the teeth. So let's talk about how it works for you and legally what you're able to do, and Mark will do it.
And the development agreement will be approved concurrently with our entitlements. So if there's not a satisfactory development agreement that addresses these issues, our entitlements won't be approved. So that was the reason that I suggested that it might be something to consider as a condition of your approval, that we're required to submit a development agreement to the city that has a mechanism that's satisfactory to the city and to us for the provision of the park and the provision of the funding for the interchange. I think that could be a good solution to the problem.
So the development agreement at this point is a work in progress. As I mentioned, it doesn't say anything about interchanges or parks. That development agreement isn't before you tonight. And my understanding is that the entitlements you're referring to are the entitlements that we're looking at here tonight. So if the Planning Commission were to make a recommendation, it would be without having the benefit of seeing the development agreement. And then when the development agreement gets to the council, well, okay, it could be approved. However, the council meeting, my understanding, that's going to occur on July 19th. So that's going to be a couple of weeks away. And I don't know if we are going to be able to get the development agreement squared away within that time frame.
So the July 19th is a tentative date that staff and the applicant were both aiming to meet. That could be open for discussion at the applicant's, if we need more time to work on something like that, if that's city attorney's direction, or if city manager and I, get direction otherwise that it needs to occur. We have not publicly noticed the meeting yet. but we have to do so within the next couple days in order to meet the proper noticing timeline. So that would be decided then here in the next like 2 days.
My suggestion would be that applicant work expeditiously and immediately toward proposing provisions to city's council that satisfy the city and Exeter to tackle those two issues. And should we fall short of the deadline to resolve them, as Christina said, we would entertain delaying the council meeting deadline.
And my final, I hope I didn't ask this, but the Calamasa plan only covered the Cherry Valley, Calamasa intersections, not any of the other.
The Sunny Cal, the project that's
No,
currently there?
the Calamasa, what the planning manager from Calamasa sent.
Oh, yeah, she was speaking specifically to the interchange approvals as well as concurring with the conditions that were already identified in the traffic study.
Okay, just making sure.
Vice Chair Calindris.
I still would like to see the pamphlets that you guys were handing out to residents.
And the supporter card?
Yep, and supporter cards, and we can submit videos as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just an observation, I would not have, looking at this, I would have had to look really, really hard to even see what we're looking at. Basically, I would see, yes, I support Beaumont Summit Station. Yes, I support $10 million for a new park. Yes, I support $10 million of infrastructure improvements. Yes, I support 2,800 new jobs. That's all great. And then in this little tiny print up here, it says mixed-use project, dining and retail, okay, hotel, okay, get both of those. 3 e-commerce buildings. Would not have equated that to a warehouse.
I would
Point taken.
Yep.
Just as a,
I would agree that there's opportunity for further, maybe site plan exemplifying in the materials, but I would also say that all residents were directed to the publicly available materials that were published on the City of Beaumont's website and circulated and.
understood.
Yeah, and we want the
Understood.
commissioners to be aware that that flyer wasn't just dropped off in people's mailboxes for your own interpretation. There was a script where someone sat down, provided the flyer, but also explained the process. So there was a conversation in addition to the flyer. It wasn't just, here, this is what it is, and, we'll leave you to just this visual representation. There was an in-depth conversation.
And what was the e-commerce buildings, were they ever referred to as anything but e-commerce buildings?
We've used the terms e-commerce, warehouse, distribution, not fulfillment, because we are not proposing a fulfillment use, right? And I do think that warehouses and e-commerce get, I don't want to say conflated, but you could hear tonight in some of the comments, people were saying warehouses are not e-commerce, or this is smoke and mirrors, these aren't e-commerce, this is warehouse. All e-commerce means is the selling of goods online. So,
understand
right,
all that.
any store that sells a
And
good
that's
online,
why I'm saying
right,
to you,
so
that would not have equated in my head to a large industrial building.
we usually call them
That's all I'm
e-commerce
saying.
warehouses, right? Yeah,
That's all.
understood.
Is the retail space just 5% of the proposed project? Is that the correct percentage?
In square footage?
In square footage,
Yes.
yes. But in cost to build, in trips generated, in sales tax revenue generated, weighted average, it's actually a very large portion of the project. It's like, like your office building, an office building costs a heck of a lot more to build than a warehouse building, as retail buildings also cost a heck of a lot more to build than a warehouse building. So sometimes it's misleading to measure it in square footage because the investment in the retail and the commercial is really significant.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. All right, so I was going through your specific plan, and I would love to see Target, I would love to see Costco. You have 25,000 square foot for general retail, those stores are generally closer to 100. So why, if those are the stores that are being targeted, are they not being entitled through this action?
So the entitlement for that planning area is basically confers the zoning and the uses approved. The site plan and the figure that we threw up today was purely conceptual. It was, hey, this is what we roughly came up with of what this might be able to look like. And it was important to us. We wanted to balance, in talking to the residents, we kept hearing two things. We want big box retail. We want Target, we want Costco. But we also want small town feel. We want something that isn't this big, obtrusive monstrosity. We want, somewhere where you can walk around and be outside and have local businesses, right? That looks like a town center, right? So we were trying to balance that in the plan, and I think ultimately that parcel, the plan that's ultimately submitted for approval, should include a little bit of both. You should have a small business area where you can kind of walk in between small retail stores and smaller restaurants. I know there's a great example by the University of Irvine that has a lot of times in those town centers you'll have a Target, a Dunkin' Donuts, all inside, but it's just walkable, right? It's just kind of a different format. But if that is determined to not be the best plan for that site, that's why we also had, hey, we could also just put big box with field of parking, your more traditional retail. As we've seen over time, how retail space is used, it has changed, right? Inventory has come out of, for example, Macy's. The rack used to stock every size. There were 5 smalls, 5 mediums, 5 larges. But now it's hard to find inventory in stores because inventory has moved actually into warehouses and retail footprints have gotten smaller. So it's just a matter of what model people prefer. Do they want a more lifestyle center and experience that caters more toward local businesses, or is the big box retail better? And so we proposed a site plan that had both, but that site plan is not set in stone. That was not submitted for approval for this project, so that site plan is changeable. But what our specific plan does is it confers the square footage and the truck and the car trips and the zoning and the uses for that area. So it'll confer that to that acreage. And then it's just a matter of submitting a site plan to DRC that is conforming with the EIR to get that approved administratively.
Okay, so for staff, the impacts on 100,000 square foot of hotel space versus 100,000 square foot of retail space are going to be significantly different. If this EIR is assuming as part of the study that it's 100,000 square foot of hotel, and it is a Costco that wants to come in, we would need to revise the EIR, the entitlements, the documents, and everything that come with it down the line, correct?
Yeah, we would look at what's proposed versus what was analyzed in the EIR, and then if necessary, could be anything from something as simple as maybe updating traffic, or it could be something that triggered a full addendum, just depending on what would be proposed.
So there would potentially, as the entitlement sits tonight, the big box retailer would not be able to build in that piece without further study and without further hearings by the city.
Yeah, we don't have a plot plan,
Right.
so it's hard to gauge, but
Okay.
yeah, the only thing we have to go off on right now is what's analyzed in the EIR, and then look at what the site plan would show and compare it to that, and then go from there.
Okay. The site plan also shows 2 access points into the commercial site, Street C, and then a separate private drive access. Street C, I already mentioned, is a right in, right out only. That second driveway, is that right in, right out as well?
I think that's a full movement.
That's a full,
Yeah,
The middle intersection is the full movement.
Yeah.
the middle intersection, the street intersection is the full movement, but your site plan is showing a entry point in a planning area 2 at the far east end of the project.
Oh, this right here.
Because, you know, again, my concern there is if we're right in, right out only, then that seems like that's going to be a major drawback for anybody who's looking to build national retail or big retail if they're not able to make a left turn out of the project site and head back towards the freeway.
So it shares, the retail site shares an intersection with the middle of the project and also has its own dedicated right in, right out at the easternmost boundary of the project. So the intersection directly to the west of that and directly to the west of the commercial parcel, you can see there's a turnabout shown on the, what slide is that?
So I was saying, no, what I said here, the third curb cut, the turning restrictions there.
Yep.
You know, there off the top of your head.
Restrictions are here. This is a full movement.
This is full movement.
Yep.
So I
Because
misspoke.
it'll
That
align-
is full movement.
Because it aligns with the project across the street.
But it's restricted to autos only?
The one in blue is full access.
Yeah, the west.
Go ahead.
There's 3 streets. You have the
Here we
street,
go.
you have the,
Traffic expert too.
yeah, streets A, B, and C, A being the street that's the westernmost street. So A Street, B Street that show traffic signals on there, those would be full movements.
Correct.
Street C,
Right in, right out.
right in, right out.
Yes.
And then the project driveway into the commercial center.
Correct.
What is that? Is that right in, right out?
That would be right in, right out.
Okay, so again, we're at a point where we have a commercial project that's right in, right out only. And I don't see how that would be a major draw for any kind of national retailer, you know, anybody coming from the community if it's going to have to involve U-turns up the way. So, okay, moving on. You have comments in here about the good neighbor policy.
Yeah.
Is that an official city policy? So what is good neighbor policy?
Yeah, so the Good Neighbor Policy was an ordinance adopted by Riverside County that was not mandated that any given city adopted. So it is just a good practice guideline that Riverside County took. Like, for example, the city of Paris did not adopt it. I don't believe that the city of Beaumont did adopt it. But for us as developers, it's a bit of the gold standard. Sometimes even if you're not required by right to adhere to the Good Neighbor Policy because that city didn't adopt the Good Neighbor Policy, in having these conversations, we are asked as the developer to meet those standards, those are the preferred standards, even if they're not actually adopted.
What are some of the core tenets of it then?
So the biggest tenet, and the one that I am most familiar with, again, I've read it, but not to speak to every point, but what was like the big public upheaval was the fact that when they got the Good Neighbor Policy approved, it was originally drafted to include a 1,000-foot setback from residents. And when it was ultimately passed, it only had a 300-foot setback. And everyone, I was here when that happened. I think it was passed in 2019. So I was here when that happened, and it was a huge outrage. Everyone was like, this wasn't what was put up. We asked for 1,000 feet, and you only passed 300 feet. That wasn't enough. Like, that didn't do what this was supposed to do. So there are a lot of great, no idling and, limit idling to less than 5 minutes. There are a lot of, little things like that. But the big takeaway that Good Neighbor Policy, what the residents and the county really wanted in it was that 1,000-foot setback, and they only got 300 feet approved. And I heard how upset people were. So even before the AB 2840 legislation, got passed the House and is back up, is in Sacramento, I said I wanted to do what the people wanted and what the residents wanted in the Good Neighbor Policy, which was really 1,000 feet. So when we designed this project from the get-go, I knew from the southern boundary at minimum it needed to be 1,000 feet, and that's something I said to my team from day one, because I wanted to do what the people actually wanted.
Okay. Oh, please.
Do you happen to have a rendering of what that would look like from, the homes on the other side of Brookside?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that was provided.
Can you see if I put it up? Or if I... can you-
yeah.
OIT
There we
can do
go.
it?
Yep.
Okay, great.
I believe this is the rendering.
Yeah. So this is the actual street view from Brookside. So right now, it's just a chain link fence and dirt. There is no sidewalk. There is no curb. There are no trees. So this is what the Brookside Ave frontage will look like. And if you're at the entrance to Stetson, or because we had a comment letter where someone said, hey, I'm concerned about my second story views. So we said, hey, let's do that rendering to see what that looks like as well. That is what the view would look like. So you can see 3 football fields is a really long distance. 1 football field is a long distance. 3 of them is massive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. So you can see we're 3 1/4, 3 and 3.75 football fields from the southern residential, which is, we agree 100% that warehouses should not be built next to homes. And the issue is this plan does that. If we don't change Sunny Cal, homes are being built much less than 3 football fields away from homes. We agree 100%. That's why we adhere to the good neighbor policy. That's why we propose the 1,000-foot setbacks.
Right, for staff, in the land use table, you have permitted conditional uses and ancillary uses. What's the process for on ancillary uses? Is that something that comes back to commission, or is that something that's a staff decision?
So in the specific plan, it is proposed that administrative plot plan review, reviewed by the planning director for all applications consistent with the specific plan's land use and a substantial conformance, development standards and applications for new development are to be approved administratively. So that's what they're proposing in the specific plan.
Okay. So the proposed uses on this, are consistent: warehouse, e-commerce, industrial retail, so on and so forth, research development. Do you see the public self-storage is permitted by right on the property? Overnight truck parking, truck service repairs and storage, kind of things on there that I think would be challenging. And if this does move forward, I would like to see those moved away from ancillary uses and put into either conditional or not permitted. And I don't think that a self-storage would be appropriate.
Right, yeah, and we do have the storage ordinance, although this being its own zoning
Right.
document would be up for either commission and/or council to determine whether or not they wanted to keep that in as a use or not. But this does function as a standalone zoning document.
Yeah, and if this was to move forward, I think some of these uses, I'd like to discuss a little bit more.
We're happy to,
Like I said, I'd hate to see it turn into, RV storage, I'd hate to see it turn into self-storage, truck service, that type of stuff, and have those removed as allowable uses or ancillary uses from within the document. The zoning.
These aren't our intended uses. So, and it's also, again, our intention is great, but I could understand that you're not really so much worried about our intention as to what actually ends up there, of course.
Yes.
So I will say, as these buildings are designed, I mean, you've seen a self-storage building before, right? These buildings are not, on top of perhaps removing the ancillary use, which we're okay with, which we think that's great. The buildings also, to compound your concern, and that aren't really designed for that. When we said that the buildings were designed for the particular uses that we outlined, we mean that because we do that, we own and manage over 300 million square feet of real estate, so we really know how exactly these buildings are designed to be used. And I really don't want to get another site plan approved.
The building height that's proposed on here, the 60-foot, that is inclusive of rooftop mounted equipment and screening.
yeah, that would be the max tallest point.
Okay. Are you able to bring up the plot plan for building one?
The site plans that shows the layout?
Yeah, the site
or-
plan for building
okay.
one.
Do you guys have that on a slide?
I don't have, the site plan I can bring up. I mean, this is probably the best one we have.
Yeah, that's probably, I agree, that's probably can you see that?
Is that clear enough?
It's behind the blue, but,
Oh, I was looking actually for the actual engineered plan.
ooh. So we're running
Right.
off of a thumb drive.
Okay,
We,
Same for me, I don't.
same for you? Okay. So I'll try to work off of memory because of course I left my printout of the plot plans on my desk at work. I think one of the
Chairman, we
Yes.
do have it as an attachment in the staff report.
Yes.
I don't think I can project from here.
Okay,
So I'm not sure what other projection options are.
okay.
is the staff report up? I feel like it.
Attachment D.
So I know one of the things that was discussed a lot, with the Gateway project was how that project was going to be screened from public view. That there was going to be berming around it, there was going to be enhanced landscaping around it, to try to make it blend in with the hillside as much as possible. And that was something that the city had made a strong point on when it went to council or went to Board of Supervisors. And unfortunately, the reality of it is that's not exactly what got built. This project, looking at the plot plan for building one, and that's why I'm hoping we bring it up, down at the southwest corner of the property is actually, was it? You got it?
I'm gonna put it on the thumb drive and
think
then.
we may
Oh,
have
did we get it?
Thrown it up.
Yeah, it's
I can't touch that screen. Where'd it go? Go to the next sheet. Well, I was hoping for the plot plan for building one. But I think that was attachment F.
Oh, you want to hit F? That'll be real easy. F. F. Oh, is that F?
Okay, and if you go to the next page.
Oh. Maybe hit that guy.
Yeah, just a second.
Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. So one of the things that I saw on here and that I feel is very inconsistent with previous direction, southwest corner of the property, is probably one of the more prominent views from within the city. And proposed at that corner is a 65-foot tall retaining wall with a road and then a 60-foot tall building right behind it. And I don't think that meets with, any of the guidelines that we want to hear about how this project is going to be, how it blends in if we're putting it up on this perch that's 60 feet above the existing ground. I think looking at this and looking at how some of these other buildings are oriented, I think that there's significant redesign work that's necessary on this to make sure that this facility is consistent with the goals and objectives that we have within our general plan on preserving some of our natural hillsides, preserving some of the natural view sheds, and that a 125-foot tall man-made structure at what is probably one of the most prominent points that would be visible from the city, I think is incredibly inconsistent with the goals that we have within the general plan at that location. I look at this and I don't see this building working. I don't know how you get this, and I don't know how we elevate 60 feet above the existing ground and say that the houses on Brookside are not going to see it.
So it's not elevated from Brookside Avenue. That's the riparian area falls.
It's
not
the
under-
riparian area, but you're still, that wall on the top of that structure is 125 feet above the existing ground as it sits out there today.
If you were at the bottom of the
Yes.
riparian area. The riparian area actually goes further down from that. I mean, I think we'd need to look at the grade, which we probably have on the plot plan of Brookside Avenue, and compare that to the.
But anytime that, whatever the projection is, if I have my hillside kind of dropping down in this long, low valley, and I got this vertical construction that's there at that corner, that's going to stand out. That's not going to be masked. You can't landscape a wall. You're not going to be able to screen the building at all. The landscaping methodology is not going to apply as you get to that corner. I don't think that this building works. I don't think that it meets with the goals that we have in the city and is not appropriate as designed in this case.
So I hear what you're saying about the southwest corner. I am not going to try to argue that point. But what I will say is that that is the view from the interchange or from the highway. And what we wanted to do was prioritize the view of residents that were driving around in the city. Because when you're on the freeway, you're on a freeway. You know what I mean? You're surrounded by all of the traffic in the freeway. And that is really when you're sitting there in your car on I-10, hopefully in less traffic. Yes,
But
you will see that. But
Yes, it will.
I wanted to make sure, we wanted to prioritize that wall wasn't facing Brookside. That would have been horrific, horrible. No one wants that, right? So that, it is in that particular corner, but I would note that that corner doesn't face the homes. So I didn't want it to be misconstrued that our renderings didn't show that wall and they were incorrect. Because from Brookside, that wall is not facing Brookside. That wall is facing the freeway. Yes, you would absolutely, it would be a large wall from the freeway, but Brookside would not see that wall when you're walking on
It's a
Brookside.
large wall from the freeway. It's a large wall from the residences on the west side of town. It's a large wall from the residences on the south side of town. You know, you come in off the 60, it'll be seen. You come over the 79, it'll be seen. You know, yeah, you'll see it along the 10 as well. But
Right.
it would be the thing that stands out in any of our view corridors we have in the city.
Understood.
I would draw a contrast to the Sunny Cal plan, which shows all of the development happening closer and further into the riparian area, so that they have an even greater fall from the project and into the riparian area.
But the challenge there again is that if they don't have their permits, they don't have their 401, 404, and 1609s in hand, they have to go through and redesign their project to comply with those requirements, the same as that your project would be required to do as well. So the tentative map as it sits today, I don't think is buildable as a result of some of the changes that have happened from the agency standpoints. You know, I think that would require significant revision on their part, and it'd be very challenging, I think, to get a crossing across that creek.
So,
Just a quick side note, they did receive permits from the 4 Regional Board and CDFW.
They do have those, and they're still valid.
I'm not sure on that. We kind of just assessed this project.
Okay.
And look into it.
Okay. I think most of my other questions, you know, we've had the opportunity to talk about, they've been discussed. I don't have any more. Are there any more questions of commission at this time? Is that generally permitted? I would prefer, you know, yeah, I want to make sure we keep everything just way on the up and up. Okay. All right, so with that, we will stop with the question and answer period, and we'll go to commission for discussion. I had something I wanted to say, but I have misplaced most of my notes. All right, here we go. All right, so, you know, as we move forward at this, I want to remind commission that tonight, our potential action is in the form of a recommendation to city council on the general plan amendment, zone change, tentative parcel map, plot plan, and environmental documentation. This hearing is discretionary in nature, as there is a request to change the land use and the zoning for the property. We have several options this evening on the project, including recommendations to approve, deny, continue to a later date, or return with revisions. Before we go and make action, I'm going to see if anybody has any thoughts that they would like to share with the commission, have debate up at this level, and move on from there. So I'll start again from the edges and move in. Commissioner Stevens.
Yeah, the only thing I have is thank you for the community members that are still out here. And I did a tally of, you know, could be plus or minus 1 or 2, but 45 people in opposition and about 10 yeses. Lots of concerns about traffic and air quality. And that's it. The rest, I think, has already been stated.
Commissioner Black?
Yeah, I would also like to thank the community for coming out and voicing your opinions and really being part of the process. We appreciate that. This is a really big decision. It has a lot of moving parts to it. I would like to really, this last point that you brought up, I would really like to be able to get a better visual of what you're referring to so that I can make a more informed decision about that. Because if what I'm understanding you saying, it weighs considerably into my decision. And I don't want to make a decision without having that. Again, this is a very important thing that we're doing. The other thing that I would like to say and/or ask is, without the legal documents that we have ensuring that Exeter is going to do what they're purporting to do, can we go ahead and move forward with the recommendation?
That would be our call to discuss as part of a motion, is if we wanted to do that or where we wanted to go from there.
Okay.
As to whether we wanted to bring it back, whether we wanted to approve with conditions to go to council, or I'm sorry, recommend to go to council with those conditions on there, that those be completed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's up to us as part of our decision and the motion that will be made.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Bedoya?
Thank everyone from the public. Thank you for coming out and being a part of the process. It's great to see community involvement. So I wish there was more of it. I really do think that there needs to be growth in Beaumont, but like I said, managed responsibly. I'm just very concerned about existing infrastructure supporting this. So, and that last point about the retaining wall, I mean, there's just so much information. I'm glad you saw that, because I wouldn't want this to look like the building across the street, which to me is just horrible. So, but yeah, it's a lot to think about. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kalidas?
Again, I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke. Thank the applicant for the comments and staff for preparing, and everybody that shared their opinion. I believe that everybody has a right to voice their opinion and be heard. I think for me, I would have wanted to see more public outreach. You know, I think the flyers that were sent out were a bit vague and misleading, even if with scripts, again, you heard every comment that was said wasn't for it. So maybe we should have reached out and had those that were for it maybe come out instead of just sending flyers that we can't really tell if they are for it. It could have been forged. It could have been, who knows where these flyers came up from. So I think that's something that we could have done a bit better. But I don't see it personally how adding another building to that Cherry Valley intersection there, how it would even help, even if it says that you guys are going to be doing the upgrades to the interchange. I don't see how it changes anything as far as all the traffic that's going to be going through, just through construction part, you know, just through the day-to-day living of everybody that's living there. I think we got to really be concerned about our community and really think about them instead of just thinking about what our agenda or what our goals are for the future. And I think we got to figure out a way to create a better of a win-win with the community and for the developers as well. That's all I have.
Chairman, I have one. I was looking through my
Commissioner
notes.
Stevens?
Thank you. Found some other notes. The community, from some of these emails in our packet, already feel betrayed by the Board of Supervisors with the other warehouse project. So coming in here, and thank you, Commissioner Calendras, those cards that were canvassed and whatnot seem inadequate and possibly deceiving. Dr. Blair Ball mentioned what kind of approach have you done with Cherry Valley and the communities within the county? And Eric Eustachian spoke about it as well. So those are the things that kind of stuck out that were in my notes that I couldn't find.
Thank you.
Kind of going back to the questions, when they looked at they revised the city plan, was this prior to the warehouse, the monstrosity?
Yeah, so the general plan update was kicked off at the very end of 2016, early 2017. I believe at that point in time, the project was either not quite approved or it was in litigation. The project or the general, let me rephrase this. Sunny Cal was approved.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
before.
I meant the warehouse across the street.
Yeah, Sunny Cal was approved before the warehouse across the street.
Right.
When we updated the general plan, we chose
Yes.
to leave that as it was. Like I said, I was not here when the shop-off project or the Gateway project was approved. It was either approved sometime during our general plan update or was in litigation. It was not under construction at the time that the general plan update was being considered.
And I bring up that question because now what options do we have for that land? Yes, we need the housing and, I mean, maybe we need to look at some other options as opposed to the warehouse, more retail development there. I just don't, that project's been approved for how long and there's been no movement on it. So I don't believe that those homes are going to be built, considering the number of homes that have been built within this time span. We haven't even touched that land. So I just want to, I wouldn't want to build a house. I wouldn't want to live across from that monstrosity, certainly. So I think it's just a consideration of what do we do with that land? Something that we want to think about as a commission.
So my thoughts for consideration, I feel that this project is premature. With the promises to provide infrastructure without having any agreements in place to actually enforce it. I think that needs to be completed before anything is brought here for discussion. We have promises for park and we have promises for all these things. We don't have a way to enforce that through our conditions of approval. I don't think it's right. We have an entitlement for a commercial center that doesn't match what the marketing that was provided by the applicant says that commercial center can really hold, without having to go through further entitlement actions. If we're looking at having a Costco or a Target, we should be evaluating a store that could be like a Costco or a Target and not, a hotel that's going to have significantly fewer trips generated as a result from it. There's no development agreement. The SB 330 policy is untested. There's a lot of things on here that I think at best of this project is premature for consideration. I do agree that we do need to find a use for that because I'm not sure that it is economically viable to build houses on that parcel as that is designed right now. And I know that is a challenge. But I'm not sure that this is the project to move forward with that. So at a minimum, I would recommend that this project would need significant redesign and reconsideration. But at a higher level, at a much higher level, there is a need for industrial spaces. I understand that as e-commerce grows, and I heard a stat, don't quote me on it because I haven't verified it, but for every $1 billion in sales requires $1 million in warehousing, essentially. and that need is going to continue. And we have areas in town that are zoned for this. We have areas in town where that's already a land use that's around there. We have areas in town where the infrastructure would be easier to manage, with Potrero Boulevard, being able to get cars on and off there versus what we need here, if we can get those ramps built. And I think that considering a land use change on this magnitude, when there is still undeveloped, unentitled land that is suitable for this use, I think is an inappropriate action. And I would strongly recommend to the commission that we should recommend denial on this project on that basis. So with that, if there's a further discussion, or I will entertain a motion.
May I address you?
We've already closed our public hearing.
Since you're ready to recommend denial, I have a suggestion, but I appreciate your position.
No, that time has passed. Yeah, I've heard comments from commission that there was other items they would like to see. And I agree that if that does come back, that those would be necessary. But from a higher level, I don't feel that this is an appropriate action for this piece of land in this location. I think that this project in a location that was already suited for it would be great. I don't think this is the right location.
Are you looking for a motion?
Or discussion.
Or discussion, okay.
We've all stated our opinions, so there's no action on the table at this point.
I think that I would agree with you that we are premature. I think that there are some changes that need to be made to the project to address, the community came out and spoke. And that says a lot right there, that we would have the number of people come to a meeting and state their concerns. That kind of runs deep with me. Because if we have, I think you said, Commissioner Stevens, 45 people that came out and said no.
That's correct.
In addition to the number of emails that we've had, I really feel like, we're here to serve the community. And if we have that number of people coming out, we need to honor that. I don't know if I would necessarily ditch the whole project, but I do think that we need to really consider some major changes with that.
We have a
So-
subcommittee to work on the changes?
So the commission has some options at this point, since I'm hearing sort of a mixed bag. You could recommend a continuance at this time for some opportunity for the applicant to digest what they've heard and maybe bring something back. Or you could recommend modifications, and you could either have those come back to commission, or you could recommend some specific modifications and have that sent to council. Depending on the extent of what is requested, of course, that takes us down the road of potential reanalysis of certain issues, right? So we want to gauge that carefully here, but if
I would agree. I don't think we're ready to take this to council. I don't feel confident with the decision, one way or the other, truthfully, to take it to council at this point.
it's the commission's discretion, you can continue if you can recommend whatever way you want, but that is an option that would give some additional time if that was something you're comfortable with.
The other thing that if we would just choose to let them come back, not let them come back, but give them some time to reevaluate. I would really like to see some better community outreach and more kind of honest, not that you're being dishonest, more transparent discussion and advertising with the community. Specifically, you need to say warehouse.
I think something to keep in mind is that depending on the scope of the changes, there could be significant analysis that is required for that, and it is significant expense. And, you know, if the inclination is still in the end that this would probably not be the correct land use, I'd hate to put someone through the act of having to go through and do all that effort that goes through with it, if it's still gonna end up as a challenging project or a project that one may deny. You know,
Agreed.
and
Agreed. That makes sense.
And I do understand that, you know, I want the Costco, I want a Target. I'd love to see those. I'd like to have that park built. We need Cherry Valley Boulevard to get fixed. And that, you know, not having a project go there is a hindrance to all of those.
Absolutely.
You know, and, you know, that's true, that's absolute. But I still feel that at the end of the day, that while we still have significant land elsewhere that is entitled, not built, not entitled or vacant, that supports this land use, that making a change on this magnitude is inappropriate.
Christina, if approved tonight, and then it goes to council, if it's denied tonight, what's the option for the developer?
So commission just provides a recommendation, and I don't mean just in the sense of that it's a light duty, because obviously it's not. You guys are fully filling that at this point, I'm sure. The recommendation is forwarded to City Council. City Council has the option to either uphold your recommendation or make a completely different decision. They could request modifications at the council meeting, and then it would have to, you know, come back through the process. So your recommendation tonight is the first step in the approval process. So there will be another publicly noticed hearing. The council will consider exactly the same things you consider tonight, along with the final EIR, which will include the response to comments that were submitted by agencies during the draft EIR period, along with other comments that we received. They will also be responded to. In theory, we would have the development agreement at that time if it's agreed upon and if we choose to move forward. A development agreement is not a required piece of the entitlement, it's a requested piece of the entitlement. So that's something, like the city attorney mentioned, it's been in draft form, but not at anything that's closely resembling ready to be released. So council will have all of the documents you have here, along with anything additional that comes forward, and they will make a decision.
This is open time for the commission.
Okay. From my perspective, I think there are too many open issues to move to a recommendation, but also I don't generally like to interfere with people, you know, developers doing what they want with their property, but I also think that warehouse on the county property really makes it difficult to develop homes on that land. So, I mean, I do feel that this could be a valuable project in that land use, but right now I just have too many unanswered questions, too many issues pending. So, I don't feel that moving forward with the project currently the way it is, without all of those, well, at least the majority of those issues resolved, would be good for the community. So, as much as I do think that, like, I like, if I read this, but there's that huge but, so, and I don't, yeah, if I just read this, who wouldn't want this? But like I said, That's what I was asking about, if there was communication to the community that this is more of an industrial and not just all the amenities, so.
So it sounds like there's 2 points of view that have been stated here as far as an action tonight would be to continue the project. I think based on a lot of the comments, public comments by the commission, I think direction is pretty clear about where the challenging points are and what would need to be addressed. So one of the points of view tonight would be to continue the meeting to a future hearing date to allow for those items to be addressed and further evaluation by this planning commission. The other opinion that I think has been expressed up here would be to recommend the denial. We still need a motion to make some kind of action on this tonight.
For the record, if anyone chooses to move continuance, it does not have to be a date specific.
Right.
Staff can re-notice at the time that there's a comfort level. We've obviously heard commission's concerns as well as the community. So if we end up working with the applicant on tying up some of the loose ends or attempting to address some of the concerns that have been stated tonight, we don't have to have a definite time period where we're able to re-notice or readdress elements as needed.
I want to ask one more question, and I don't know if you'll have the answer to this, but we do have those zoning areas for warehouses. What's the difference in those environmental issues if the trucks were over there versus over here?
So there's still truck traffic. It's still analyzed. The difference, I think, is primarily the location. So you don't have the compatibility issues that some of the residents have spoken to as far as being concerned about, the warehouse, whether it's visual or whether it's the intermingling of traffic or whether it's, industrial perceived as right adjacent to their homes. So the city has done a good job, and I don't say that just because I come from planning, but with identifying areas that are more appropriate for industrial in the sense that they're adjacent freeways much more closely. The Potrero interchange the bridge is in place. There's other industrial uses down there, so it's just a much more compatible scenario. But again, we have the warehouse across the street now, so that conversation is somewhat diminished, right, in the sense that we now have industrial kind of adjacent across the street. So impacts would still be there. Traffic modeling will look different because you're in a different part of town. The infrastructure improvements and conditions, for those improvements would look different because you'd be in a different part of town that already,
I think I'm speaking more to the air quality issue.
Oh, the air quality issue is still going to be there.
Right, yeah, air quality doesn't respect property
Yeah.
lines. So, the
Right,
regional
right.
impacts by whatever the facility is
Right.
are gonna impact the region as a whole. So,
Right.
2.5 million square foot on one side of town versus another is
Yeah.
still,
We're still going to have the health issues.
It's still gonna be
the health,
an impact, yes.
That's all going to be,
Yeah, the air
It's
quality is the one thing that probably would be, I don't want to say affected the least, but like I said, the air quality impact will be there regardless.
right, the
statement
change
of
is gonna
override
be
is gonna
the
be there
real
regardless.
local,
Yep.
the real localized issues.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll state again that I would like to see that wall more clearly. I don't know if there's some kind of a rendering that you might have before I would make a decision. That's kind of my big hang up right now.
Okay. Well, like I said, there's several options that the commission can consider. Someone's just got to state
Just
it.
because I want it doesn't mean.
Someone has to state the action.
I move for a continuance.
Okay, we have a motion to continue the item. Is there a second for that? right, so without a second, the motion will die and it'll come back to commission.
We'll need another motion.
We'll need another
If that one
motion.
dies.
You know, I apologize, my fellow commissioners. I've always felt that sitting in this chair, it's not my role to make the motion, so.
I move to deny the project.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second to deny the project.
Let me just be clear, the motion would be to forward a recommendation
Yes,
to
a
council
recommendation.
of denial.
That's what's going to be my
Okay.
next thing I have written down here.
Got it.
As one of the 4 options that we have is to clarify that. So the motion tonight would be a recommendation to city council to deny. So a yes vote at this point would be to pass the motion. A no vote would be to bring it back to commission for further discussion. Okay, so roll call vote, please.
Yes. Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Commissioner Bedoya,
Yes.
Commissioner Black,
No.
Vice Chairman Colindres,
Yes.
Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. So last item of business at 11:28. Do we have any updates from community development? Or should we just wait till the next meeting?
I'm just going to say no because I know that's what you want to hear right now. So, no, we don't actually, no community development department updates. Don't anticipate we have a meeting July 12th,
Okay.
which would be our normally scheduled meeting. So commission will likely be dark in July and we would be looking to resume in August.
All right, well, with that, we will adjourn at 11:29.